Hello, YouTubers, and welcome once again to another episode of Going Topicless, the podcast that nobody listens to. Joining me today is my dear friend from south of the border, Cameron Michael. How are you doing today, Cameron?
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I've been trying to get on this thing for several episodes now. Actually, that's a lie. I've been trying in my mind, but I brought it to your attention after the December episode came out.
Yeah. Well, it was before the first episode even. I was like, I might do a podcast, and you were like, can I be a part of it? And I was like, yes, and then never talked to you after that.
Yep. Yeah, you kept tweeting about it, and I'm like, dude, where's my frickin' invite? Like, I'm trying to sit down with you for... I noticed that most of your episodes were, a little over an hour. Can probably get a little boring talking to yourself, but I want to sit down. I want to talk for a couple hours.
Yeah.
See what's going on up in Winnipeg. Have you guys been getting that fucking? Can I say fucking? Is that okay?
You can say anything you want. I'm not famous enough to be tagged by the media.
You guys
for
get
saying
hit
shit.
with that polar vortex or whatever the hell they were calling
it. Oh my
it?
God, we're right in the middle of it.
We got hit. It was -15, like standard. No, that's Fahrenheit, so I don't know what that is in Celsius. But
I'll get a converter up on my phone right now.
It's just, it was cold, and I woke up on Wednesday, and hang on one second. I got something playing in the background. Jesus, turn that off. I apologize. Woke up on
like
Wednesday.
An hour of setup, and you managed to fuck it up.
I got these headlines ready. We do one take. We're not going back. So, woke up Wednesday, for work. I looked at my phone.
-15, you said?
Yeah, -15.
That's -26 in Celsius.
Okay. Well, our wind chill was like -41.
Oof.
Like, that's what it felt like outside when I looked at my phone. And I was like, nope. I texted my supervisor. I was like, hey, I'm not feeling good today. I'm going to have to take a sick day. Really sorry. I'll catch up on my work tomorrow. And she was just like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Have a good day. Get to feeling better. No, I was not having... I didn't even get out of bed until like 10, 11 o'clock. Came into into the office. Played some video games for a few hours. I did not leave the house. It was cold.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was cold inside, so it was crazy, but really happy to be here. Really happy to finally be doing this.
Yeah, no, it's been ridiculous here. We've had a couple nights where it was down to -50, which is -58 Fahrenheit.
Oh God.
There were several buildings in downtown now have had their sprinkler systems burst. So the fire department has to come up and turn them off.
That's crazy. No, it was funny. I think it was. Let me check on Twitter real quick. But President Trump had tweeted out. I think it was Tuesday night. He was like, "Record-breaking cold temperatures." Hang on, I gotta find the tweet now. I went too far.
Going straight to Trump's Twitter. This is gonna be a great episode.
I got to, dude, because I like quote tweet it. You can do like the quote tweets on there.
Right.
So, there we go. So he tweets out on, it was January 28th. So it was like the day before. Yeah, so it was close to. So it was Monday, and then we had all that cold on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. He tweets out. He goes, in the beautiful Midwest, wind chill temperatures are reaching -60 degrees, the coldest ever recorded. In coming days, expected to get even colder. People can't last outside even for minutes. What the hell is going on with global warming? Please come back fast. We need you. I'm like, are you shitting me? And so I quote tweeted. I'm like, dude opens the government for one day and he's already back on his bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Here we are. We're going into the a fucking half ice age of wind chill, and this dude wants to tweet about where the hell is global warming at? Like, where's
that melting Earth when you need it?
I'm like, what? This is the problem with terminology. I mean, we can get into that bullshit later. We're still doing introductions here, but like I said earlier, I mean, happy to finally be fucking sitting here and talking. And
no, this is gonna be a fun episode.
I was
certain of it.
listening to December's episode earlier. I finally got the chance to actually sit down and listen to it, and it was good. Brought up some solid points. To be honest with you, didn't love hearing your voice for an hour and 16 minutes, but whatever, it happens.
That's why I need guests, so people can get a break from me and listen to someone else for a change.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I'm on you, pal. You tell me what's up.
A lot is up. Lots has happened between the last episode and now.
Okay.
So
what's happened?
I'll run it from the beginning. So I think when the December episode went live, I had like 2 tests left to write, and at SATE, and then that was it. Let's see. Prior to this, so being part of SATE in the railway conductor program, we get interviewed by both Canadian Pacific and Canadian National.
Okay.
And being where I grew up, I was very much surrounded by Canadian Pacific, and I was like, that's the company I want to work for. And then, come being interviewed by them, a few weeks later after the interview, they said, no. So that was, like, almost heartbreaking at that point. Because I was like, this is what I was working for my whole life, and then suddenly they're like, nah, fuck you. But on the plus side, we get interviewed by CN not long after that, and pretty much like not even 2 minutes into the interview, and the recruiter is like, "I want you." Not in like a sexual way.
No,
but like,
did he now? Okay.
but
that's what
like she
Canadians
wants
are all
you.
about, just getting hit on by your superiors. Okay.
God damn it. No, she was like she asked me because she knew that I had been interviewed by CP already, and she was like, "How'd that go?" And I was like, they said no. And then I could see in her eyes, she was like, "I've got you. You're part of my company now."
Oh, does she now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
she grabbed you by the wiener.
Whoa! That's
Oh no! Is that just? No. Sorry, that's how you get into the White House. I apologize.
Right. No, I would be grabbing her if I wanted to get into the White House. But yeah, so I guess that was pretty much.
Full disclaimer to anybody listening: I did vote for President Trump, so all of my jokes.
Now
they've
all
because
left.
I voted
God
for
damn
him.
it. They've all stopped listening now.
If anything, they're listening more. He's like, wow, he's gonna talk shit about President Trump, and he voted for him. What the fuck is going on?
Oh yeah, I guess that'd be quality.
Those are justified roasts.
Yeah.
I gave the man my voice for 2 seconds in the voting booth.
Indeed. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. So people, pretty much everyone in and not in SATE knew full well that I was fully intending to go with Canadian Pacific, and they knew that I knew everything. I even knew the subdivision that I would have been working on like the back of my hand. And then when they say no, everyone's like, what the fuck? This guy's like near top of the class. There's like one other student who's doing better than me. So like second top of the class, and they said no to him? What the fuck? So I won't say who for their sake, but somebody decided to talk to whoever they could to see if CP would change their mind. So then I was advised to reapply to them from my location that I wanted to. And then the recruiter who turned me down originally would see my name and give me a second chance, so to speak. So now it's the day before Christmas, about 5 minutes after 10 a.m. I remember this very, very thoroughly. Okay. I receive a phone call on my cellular device.
Okay,
and
just to cut you off for 2 seconds. What? The day before Christmas is typically referred to as Christmas Eve, but whatever going.
All right. I see how this is going. All right. Christmas Eve. For those of you who are very nitpicky, Christmas Eve, 10 a.m. CN
Your show,
calls
just
me.
like-
CN
Okay.
calls me and they're like, "Hey, do you want a job?" And I'm like, "Well, this was my logic of reasoning. CP originally didn't want to hire me, and then up until now, even though I reapplied, I haven't heard shit from them. So
Okay.
CN at this point was pretty much a done deal. If I say yes, then they'd be sending me to Winnipeg, which is where I am now. So I was like, you know what? Fuck CP. They didn't say yes in the first place. They probably won't say yes again. So I'll go with CN. No point in burning that bridge with CN if they're willing to throw down money my way, right? Turns out I spoke too soon because I go into my computer a few minutes later and I have an email from CP that says, "Do you want an interview?" So I was like, "Well, of course that's how it is."
Yep.
But I stood this pretty much my opinion stood the same because I had to go through the interview process again, and then after that, probably a medical and a physical if they say yes after the interview. So it would be like starting from scratch. Meanwhile, I'm already about to get the gold medal from CN. So again, it's like why would I burn that bridge, right?
True. You want to know what this reminds me of? Fucking just completely off topic, and I feel like that's.
I mean,
where a
it
lot of
is
this
going
gonna
topicless,
go.
so
Absolutely.
it's ideal.
So what that says to me, that the whole ordeal with the CPC and stuff, it's like that complex that people like to talk about, like single men. They're like, they're shooting their shots, they're trying to, get women, whatever, and no woman wants them.
Right.
Well, then they finally get locked down with a woman, and they start going steady or exclusive, whatever you want to call it,
Mhm.
and then like all these other women start hitting the guy up, and they're like,
That's
"What?
exactly what it is.
Here we are now. Now we want you because you're taken." And I wouldn't know the feel. I've been with the same woman so long. Like I'm pretty sure I've had like 6 different styles and a few different pairs of underwear since we started. But it's like that, you hear about that stuff all the time and like the memes and everything,
Right.
no woman wants me, and then you finally get locked down, and then everybody's just trying to hop on,
Yeah.
the Devon train. So it's
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
CP was like,
That's
"Oh
what
shit, the rival company's going for him. We gotta get him while we can." And I was like, "Nope, too late."
Yep. They were like, "Fuck, I thought he was gonna go to McDonald's after we turned him down. We had a few years, but nope." You get friend zoned so fast, and then
Yeah.
as soon as somebody else comes around, that friend comes right on back.
Oh yeah. Right.
Good.
That's-
How is
that's-
Winnipeg?
It's honestly, despite the cold, it's been really cool. I'm definitely not disappointed by CN. They've provided us with private buses to and from our hotel,
Okay.
so I don't have to take the shitty public transit. The facility is
Nice.
really cool. They've got like a whole three floor building for training like anything and everything within CN. So you've got the people who actually drive the trains, you've got the people who maintain the signals for crossings and stuff, you got the people who work on the track. Anything you could think of, they pretty much train you for at that facility. And they've got a model train set. So
Model
it's not
train
to
set? Like how big?
like a HO scale, so fairly small.
Right, but I mean like how big? Like is
Like
it
how
a
big is the
train
layout?
set? Yeah, like the layout, not like how
I'd
big are
s-
the trains. I would hope that the trains are like life size. That doesn't seem very
I
functional.
mean, we
and
have
it's
life-size
in-
trains too, but
Well, yeah, outside. No. that's the job. You need to practice on. You don't give a doctor a dummy to do
Right.
surgery on.
I'd say I think the layout, if I
Med
hazard a guess, is about 6 feet by 14 or 15 feet.
Okay, so a nice, good sized Lego set. I get it. Nice.
It's a decent size.
That's
So the
funny, actually.
instructors use it to sort of like emphasize different rules and show us how they are applicable out in the real world.
So like, what is like the a question from someone that knows jack shit about trains. I see a train, cross in front of the road and slow me down for 4 minutes while
Yeah.
it fucking chugs along.
Don't
So,
worry, if you think of a question, I've heard dumber questions from people.
What the hell do you have to do like in a train car? Like I mean, like in the what's the front of the train called?
Locomotive.
Yes. Okay. So like in like the locomotive, like what do you have to do to make sure that like you don't fuck something up? Like I mean, because like from the outside viewpoint looking to the train, it seems like a very simple thing. Like,
oh yeah, I
on
mean,
tracks.
believe me,
Like,
I was in that position. I was like, wow, driving a train seems really easy, and then here I
Right.
am, 2 weeks into the training program. Like, holy fuck, how am I gonna remember any of this?
I'm sure, yeah, but like that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if we just see it chugging along, it can't go anywhere but straight because of the tracks.
Yeah.
So like, what are you there for?
There's a lot that goes into it. It's probably like the best comparison is to when you're driving a truck. If you know anything about trucking, then
I played a little bit of American Truck Simulator, yeah.
right. Well, that's better than nothing, if I'm being honest. Well,
I mean, it's something.
right. Like, well, we transport a lot of dangerous goods like liquid petroleum gas and stuff. So when our train
steal that.
has commodities like that on board, then we have to have the paperwork for that. We have to make sure that it's up to date. We have to make sure that,
You have to make sure what's up to date, the gas or the train.
like, make sure we've everything needs to
Okay.
be checked and triple checked. Because, well, like every rail car has a specific identification number, and we have to make sure that that matches up with the documentation that we have. There's also like tons of extra documents that go into place with dangerous goods. What the commodity is, its UN number, how dangerous is it? Like, is it class 1, class 2, class 3, all those. It also...
What's the UN number?
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh,
What is that?
UN number it's basically universal code
Okay.
that tells you what type of liquid it is.
Okay. I don't know shit about trains, man. I got nothing. I mean, you know all sorts of stuff about trains. So this is interesting shit to me. So keep.
Yeah, so, like, I think 10... there's one... I know, like, there's one I heard a while. It was diesel fuel, and it was... I was like, I'm going to remember this just for an example, and now I can't remember it.
It's okay. You got time. The exam's not tomorrow. It's fine.
Actually, funny enough, I had an exam, what's today, Saturday? So I had an exam yesterday, our first rules exam. And I got 100%, humble brag. Only 100% in the entire class, too.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
I mean, don't gloat about it, but like that's cool.
No, I try not to gloat about it. I told, like, one person after the exam that I got 100%, and then he's done all the gloating for me. So I'm pretty sure the entire campus knows now that I've got 100% on the test.
Let the groupies brag for you. That's what's up. I don't.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes.
Molly crew never talks shit.
Oh
They just
shit!
showed up.
One thing, just a side note here. I'll get back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
But
There you go. So.
if anybody from my class is listening to this, or from a past class or a future class, or even an instructor, if you're listening to this, yes, I did go to SATE. I know you're not really fond of that, but I try not to gloat about it, and I'm sorry if I offend you. I just want a job, okay? Okay, moving on.
We just want to get paid and not starve to death. Is that so much to ask?
I just want to drive trains. Come on.
That was like the millennial fucking mating call right there. Like, please pay me, and please don't let me starve.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Actually, you're not even technically a millennial, are you? What year were you born?
2000.
What the fuck? Are you shitting me?
No. I'm also
Oh
the
my
youngest in my
God.
class. Everyone's like
Oh my
20
god!
and older.
I thought you were a couple years older than that.
No.
Shit.
You're incorrect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Damn.
like
So yeah, you're
literally
not
everyone.
even, you're not even like on the borderline of like being a millennial. Actually, you're just straight up fucking Gen Zer, aren't you?
I guess, yeah. I have no
Dang.
idea which one's which. I assume you're correct. Yeah, like literally
I was-
everyone at
I was-
SATE was
so
like,
I'm
don't.
technically.
Yeah.
I'm technically like the last year of like the millennials. I was born in '96,
Right.
so I'm only 22. I'm gonna be 23 shortly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was like, I mean, I'm like that weird like I'm not a '90s baby. I don't consider myself a '90s. I shit my pants for like 2 years of the '90s, and then like I finally became potty trained like as we were going into the fucking millennial. So I don't know if like I really consider myself. I definitely don't consider myself like a '90s kid, but um, there's always been that like weird mixture of like, am I technically like a millennial generation? Can I just kind of bump into the Z gen? But then I see like you motherfuckers are eating Tide Pods and shit, so I'm like, do I really want to be a part of that? Like,
Mm-hmm.
do I want to be a snowflake, or do I want to eat laundry detergent? There's not really like there's no in between there. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of
but
you
then you
can't
go
really
you
pick.
go you go back even further to like Gen X, and you're like, do I want to bitch about everybody that comes after me because like the people that raised me were such fuck ups? Like, where do we draw the line here? I mean, every generation sucks, and anybody that wants to
Yeah, pretty
disagree with
much.
that is just kind of dumb. So
You just got to make your own generation. Just generation
there we
me.
go.
That's it.
Generation me, yeah. Just fuck everybody and everybody around them, and I'm gonna focus on myself. Hashtag selfish 2019. That's what's up.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna apologize in advance for any listeners, and definitely for my gracious host tonight. Having a couple cold ones, so this podcast might get more interesting as time goes on. We'll see what happens. But I don't want to go too crazy. I know that this is going on the internet, so I don't want to make an ass of myself.
Right. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So, like, literally everyone at SAIT, my instructors and stuff, are like, just don't tell them you're from SAIT, otherwise they won't like you. And I'm like, well, I want them to
What's
like
SAIT?
me. So.
What's SAIT?
Southern Alberta Institute of Technology.
Okay, so your school. Okay.
Yeah, and they offered a railway program.
Okay.
And I was like, I'm gonna do that because it makes my chances of getting hired even greater. But apparently,
Southern
like
Alberta?
the people who,
Is that in Alberta, Canada?
yeah,
Okay.
Southern Alberta.
Oh.
Bet you wouldn't know that from the name.
It's like what's that one movie with oh god, what's that guy's name? He was in Dodgeball. Hang on. No, I just gotta look it up. Can you hear my keyboard?
A little bit. I was about
I'll
to start
quieter.
typing on my laptop, and then I realized that
hang on,
OBS would shit itself.
Justin Long, Accepted. You remember that movie? Back in 2006, you were a child when it came out. Now knowing that you were born in 2000, but movie about
fuck, I was in grade 1. Grade 1 was so long ago.
So this guy got denied from every college that he applied to, and so he literally created his own university.
Wow.
With like his friends, and then it was supposed to just be like a, get away from your parents type deal. Well, then they like sent this website public, and so all these people started applying for this fake school. And I mean, the movie is pretty funny for being real low budget, and surprisingly, it has 37% on Rotten Tomatoes. I would have expected less than that. And if anybody cares about Metacritic outside of Steam reviews, it's 47%. Funny movie from 13 years ago for anybody that hasn't seen it. You could probably find it on Netflix or Amazon Prime for $1 or something. And it funny movie, but they basically just create this fake university, and the university's name was South Harmon Institute of Technology. So like the acronym was shit, and it was like this big thing throughout the year, like shit university, really? Like we're gonna go to shit? And so it's like this big long like drawn out joke throughout the entire film. Good movie. I definitely recommend it for something just stupid and pretty raunchy.
Just a time waster when you got nothing.
Oh yeah, and it's an hour and a half max of movie. Pretty funny. A lot of one-liners in it. Nothing crazy. I mean, you're not gonna watch it a second time, but worth a watch if you've never seen it. So, went to SAIT. SAIT, is that how you pronounce it? SAIT.
SAIT, yeah.
SAIT. Now you're in Winnipeg.
Yep.
Life's moving forward.
Indeed, it is.
Still don't have
a house,
iron.
but life is moving forward.
Don't have a house, but life's moving forward. Fucking same, dude. Fucking same. I just see. graduated from university back in May of 2018.
Which university for what course?
So I graduated from Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana. Moved back home afterwards. Not going to tell you where I live,
Aw.
just for internet's sake. But moved back home after graduating from Purdue. Big Big Ten school, Big Ten conference for sports and stuff. Internationally known for its engineering program.
Right.
You may know an individual by the name of Neil Armstrong. He may have landed on the moon.
Fake
That's
news.
still kind of up for debate. We're not really sure. Me being a Purdue graduate, I believe that he went to the fucking moon, and fuck everybody that says that he didn't. But
Flat Earthers are gonna hate you.
Yeah, well, the flat earthers are also fucking vegans, more than likely. They're malnourished.
Hey,
so
they're not true vegans unless they have psychic powers. Okay. Foot down.
No. My favorite thing, we're gonna go on a fucking sidebar here. My favorite thing about vegans is they're like, oh yeah, I'm vegan, while they're wearing a fucking pair of Sperry's made with leather, and it's like, no, you're not. Like, you just eat nuts and grass. Like, that doesn't make you a vegan. Veganism is completely no animal products. Like, let's dial it back a little bit. Let's get your fucking fur coat out of here with your leather booties, and just be a vegetarian. You can have fucking milk and eggs. You can get some protein in you. Like, veganism is just. I was listening to another podcast. I'm not gonna name drop anybody, but one of my favorite podcasts I listen to. Just to throw it out there, Hilarious Bald Man is who runs, and anybody that listens to podcasts could maybe know who he is. He used to host Fear Factor back, like before fucking Devin was born. But he had a stand up. Actually, it wasn't in his podcast. No, podcast or stand up. No, it was one of his stand ups. Fucking Joe Rogan. I'm just gonna say his name. Not important, but I love Joe Rogan. He's fucking hilarious, and I'm sure anybody listening or anybody that has a soul would probably agree that Joe Rogan is really funny. In his most previous stand-up, I think it's a Netflix special. He talked about this hashtag. It was a hashtag vegan cat. And
vegan cat?
Yeah, vegan cat.
Did he have a cat that was vegan?
No, he didn't. But like, he posts pictures on his Instagram all the time. Like, he hunts a lot. He hunts elk and deer and anything that he can put down, fill his freezer with. And he's just a recreational hunter. He doesn't do it for sustenance or anything. He's a millionaire. He doesn't need to hunt to survive. But he's a game hunter, and he posts pictures on his Instagram all the time of these big meals that he makes for himself and his family, and fresh elk, fresh deer, all sorts of stuff. And he was talking about it in his last Netflix special about how he had posted one of these pictures of this big elk steak that he made, and he had typed in for his hashtag vegan something, he was gonna make a joke about vegans, and a hashtag had popped up, and it was vegan cat. And so he's like, what the fuck is vegan cat? And so he clicks on this hashtag, and it's literally this whole thread of people that are raising cats as vegans. So they're not feeding their cats actual cat food or anything. They're feeding them fucking plants. And
I guess.
And so this is a real thing. And so I'm watching this stand up, and I'm literally getting on I'm searching for vegan cat on Instagram. And all these cats just look so malnourished and thin, and they're just they look half dead, to say it bluntly. But it's a travesty for, I don't even know if I use that word correctly, but I'm gonna say it because that word it seems so emotional for what they're doing to these animals. For somebody that is going that is vegan and wants to impose veganism onto other creatures or people or anything, the way that you that's got to be animal abuse. You're basically just telling the whole world that you hate animals so much that you want your cat to be a vegan.
Right.
Mic drop. Done. I'm out of here.
Okay.
I'm quitting. I'm done. Podcast over. Like, moral of the fucking story. Moral of the fucking story. Don't have an animal if you want your animal to be a vegan, because
Right.
these are wild creatures.
Yeah.
At one time, cats, felines. What's the
Cats
word?
rule the
What's
world.
the
Let's
word?
just
What's
get
the
this
word
straight
I'm
right
looking
now.
for?
Cats own
Ocelots.
us.
Ocelots were wild creatures. They were worshipped in Egypt back in, like prehistoric, or not prehistoric, but like BC times, like early, quote unquote AD, after Christ risen. I don't really understand the whole, like BC AD type shit,
I
other
have
than
no
like
clue.
Jesus was born at some point in that, and then like after Jesus died, like time just started over and we went to year one. Don't really get it, but like that's what we're told in Indiana grade school.
That's
So
what's written in a book, so it must be true because everything written in books is true.
and, but it's just like these are wild, and like think real quick about how we have a descendant of wolves in our homes. Dogs they're descendants of wolves. And granted, now we have all these different breeds, and a lot of them are real cute and cuddly, and they smell nice, and they're probably not going to eat our faces off. But
They're
then
also
you've got,
breeds that are very unhealthy because of how we've forced
yeah,
two
because of
different
how we've
animals to
like,
fuck each other.
absolutely, yes. Like my favorite example of this, all these white bitches on Instagram love their like Pomeranian Husky mixes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not healthy. You're taking a dog that is the size of a miniature horse and inseminating that dog with like sperm to get sexual. I'm going to stay scientifically correct here. With the sperm of a Pomeranian that is the size of a fucking football, and we're gonna pop some babies out that bitch so we can sell each of them for $1,500. Like, how unethical and fucked up is it? Like,
Sounds very rapey to me.
oh, artificial insemination is extremely rapey. Unless, well, like, it could be. I've never been personally, but
Actually, I googled vegan cats, and I found this thing from plantbasednews.org,
okay.
which states that I don't know how to pronounce this word. Taurine, Taurine. I'm gonna probably say yes. That's taurine. Is exclusively found in animal-based foods, and your cat needs it for optimal health and survival. Taurine is typically the main reason why many vegans argue that it is not safe to feed your cat a vegan diet. This taurine thing is an essential amino acid, and the consequences of not getting enough of it are severe for a cat.
Hang on, wait a second. I'm reading the same article as you right now, and I just want to quote real quick for everybody listening. I've always refused to have animal products in my house, says whoever the hell is talking during this quote. And Uma, that's the cat, has been a vegan cat ever since I first adopted her. She absolutely loves her vegan diet, and I will boil some pumpkin and mash it up with the dry vegan cat food, and she chows it down like there's no tomorrow. What?
She probably chows it down like there's no tomorrow because she's fucking starving to death.
She's starving. Like, get a goddamn can of tuna out and feed this poor fucking animal.
Oh my
like,
god.
As
much as I don't like cats, I don't like people who abuse animals more.
Dude, top comment on this article, actually. I have nothing against people choosing to be vegans, but animals whom are, I don't know if he used whom there properly, but it's not important, but animals whom are naturally carnivores should not, in all caps, N-O-T all caps, be forced a diet that is unhealthy to them. Like,
unhealthy
no shit,
and
dude,
unnatural.
Yes, unnatural as fuck, dude. Like, these cats, they are carnivores. Or maybe more so omnivores. They eat everything. Yeah. But like that's in their genetic build of like they need to eat meat, they need protein. They're not going to get protein out of the damn herbs that they're eating. no cat is gonna naturally eat a pumpkin, for fuck's sake.
No.
Like,
not a fucking mashed pumpkin with whatever
with their
plant-based
vegan cat
crunchies
food.
you're giving them.
My God, that is so wild to me. That's borderline animal abuse, right? Like, I mean,
It's
Michael
gotta
Vick
be.
went to prison for this, and now we're just letting fucking, you know, Joey down at the craft beer bar fucking raise his cat to be a vegan. Like, this has got to be punishable by some stretch of the amount. Like, he has to be put on. Like, you should have to go in. Like, when you go to adopt a pet, they should make you sign a legally binding contract that's just like, I will feed my animal, whether it be cat, dog, hamster, whatever the fuck else eats meat. Hamsters definitely don't eat meat. They like
Snake.
Sure.
Snakes.
But I will not make my animal that I'm adopting here to get it out of this shelter a plant-based diet so it does not starve to death. And that's just, we got to write that one out.
Oh my God. There's a vegan cats public group on Facebook. I'm looking at this.
Oh, I'm sure. This is a real thing. Like, I wasn't fucking with you when I brought this up. This is a real thing. Like, I did extensive research through social media after hearing the stand-up bit.
I don't
really
blame
thought
you. This
Joe
seems
Rogan
like
was
just
fucking with
too
me.
ridiculous.
Like, yes, absolutely. But I thought he was really fucking with me about it. But no, this is a thing. Like, it's wild that people just think that, like, oh, well, I live a completely healthy lifestyle like this. Yeah, while they're also taking probably like 10 supplemental drugs that give them the right amount of nutrients for their fucking vitamins and proteins and calcium and all sorts of other shit. Like, their cat's not getting that in their vegan cat food. Like, these cats, I gotta find a picture. I'm gonna find a picture from this hashtag on Instagram. And the people at home can't see this unless you know, you edit it into the video podcast. But I'm gonna find a picture that really, like, just from Instagram that just shows, like, wow, this cat is unhealthy as fuck.
Wow, this fucking thing that I'm looking at.
Okay, the hashtag vegan cat has been demoralized ever since the Joe Rogan bit.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of butts. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for skinny cats. Like, that might just be the breed of cat.
This poor cat in one of these posts on Facebook has had all but one of his teeth removed. For
what?
I don't
Why?
know why. He's now
Is that a
limited to
vegan
wet
problem?
food, and this person's asking if someone can suggest a vegan wet food.
This cat is eating veganese. It's like mayonnaise, but it's vegan. Ew, that's just gross. That's a fucking hate crime too. Vegan mayonnaise? Like, sorry, if you want to be vegan, then, like, you just deserve dry sandwiches. That's that's like a rule to being like, if that's just something you have to accept in life. If you want to be a vegan, then you can never have another delicious wet sandwich again. It has to be dry.
So the consistent theme that I'm finding in this Facebook group is that everyone's cat that they're posting about who's on a vegan diet has, in some way, shape, or form, a problem with them.
Yeah, no shit, because they're malnourished, dude.
Yeah.
I have seen so many butts on this thread on Instagram. Like, I'm looking for cat pictures. Like, why are people hashtagging this on their fucking belfies?
This is fucking ridiculous. Why is this a thing? Why are we doing this to our poor fucking animals?
Dude, I don't know. I really think that
One
we should.
cat's had an anal gland rupture. Jesus
What?
Christ.
An anal gland rupture? Dude, that sounds painful as fuck for a human. Could you imagine a little, like, 6-pound cat getting its fucking anus just rupturing on it? Like, oh my god. I'm out of commish for a solid, like, 2.5 months after a fucking anal rupture. Like, I couldn't imagine being a cat, just not even know it. Like, you can't even understand somebody that's, like, trying to explain what happened to your butthole, but, like, it just happened. It's gone. Yo, you don't know what's fucked up about that?
Hmm.
So like, in like human world, not cat world, like human world, like we got a good anal rupture going on. We can get like tubes and shit that like still, get our waste out of our bodies.
Right.
Yo, cats don't get that shit, dude. They don't get that luxury. So like that cat's got to power through a poo
Oh, shit.
with a ruptured penis, dude. Like,
that's something I don't want to think about.
Okay, well then we need to think about how we need to act against veganism because veganism is fucking up our cats.
I think what we're discovering here is that vegans are killing our world, our society.
Oh, vegans are definitely killing our world.
All right. Hopefully Sebastian isn't listening to this.
Oh yeah, I forgot you. Oh dude, yeah, he fucking posts pictures of, like vegan sushi and shit. I'm like, isn't all? I mean, like most sushi is vegan. If you like,
I found out
crab
through
in it or
him that
something.
there is such thing as vegan hot dogs. Did you know that? There are
Ooh.
vegan hot dogs.
That sounds like the fucking like chicken nuggets that Michelle Obama put into our public school. Like the fucking like soy chicken or whatever the fuck she like. I mean, all that shit that. That was like Michelle Obama's like thing, Oh yeah, we revamped school lunches. No bitch, you made them inedible. Like, it's disgusting. Like, nobody's gonna eat that shit. It was gross, dude.
Yeah.
Firsthand, I know this. I experienced it. It was disgusting. Chicken like was flappy. It was all rubber. Ugh. Like, I'm sorry, Miss Obama, Miss President Obama. Like, you should know something about chicken. Like, as bad as that, like, don't fuck up chicken. Like, it's the easiest meat to cook. Just make sure it's not pink. Like, but you wanted to go and take all the chicken out of it. I love fried chicken, dude. Like, how are you gonna fuck up chicken? God, I was so pissed, dude. It was probably the worst, like, 2 years of fucking school. It was when, after she got all that shit with the school lunches taken care of.
Oh,
Bro,
God.
we had to, like, fight for chocolate milk.
Oh, yeah, that sounds painful. My addiction is chocolate milk. If there's chocolate milk, I will drink it.
Dude, I fucking love chocolate milk.
Yeah. Funny thing, actually, the hotel that we're staying at, the Radisson Hotel, they usually don't.
Ooh, you staying at a Radisson? That's super nice. That's fancy as fuck, dude.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Fucking
dude. The Radissons are nice, dude.
5-star level service. They change my bed and clean my room every day.
So I was we were pretty poor growing up. So it was like my grandma lived up towards the Chicago area. When me and my siblings were younger, and we'd go up and visit, once a month or so, a couple times a month, whatever. Well, like during the winter months, it was always a little slower around her part. She kind of lived on like the outskirts of Chicago, still like in like the Indiana side of things. So more towards like Maryville, like Hammond, that kind of area, not so much Chicago, like a good hour away maybe, but still pretty close enough to Chicago to kind of like, it's a easy drive if you wanted to go, not important. But winter months were cold, we couldn't really like go outside. In my grandma's neighborhood, there was like a community pool that was open during the summer months, so like, us kids had like something to do if we were bored. Grandma's house didn't have like, a PlayStation or fun kid shit. We just kind of got stuck in. So when we were younger and we'd go up during like cold months, my mom would like check us in at the Radisson for a night or something so that we could like swim in the pool. And so like that was like a fucking treat, like going and like being in the hotel room. And it was always like a fucking cool thing. But like we loved, like it was a rare thing. Like I mentioned before, we were a little lower on the economics poll, but it was always a fucking, I mean, it was great, and those are memories that are there. But
I know what that experience is like.
Fucking Radissons are nice, man.
Growing up.
Radissons are nice. And actually, what's funny about this, so the Radisson in Lake County, and that's where my grandma lived, was in Lake County, Indiana, and I don't think it's there anymore. Well, at least the one that that we would go to when I was kids. But it's not there anymore. I think they tore it down.
That's a shame.
I mean, it doesn't affect me. I don't check myself into the Radisson anymore.
No?
No, dude, I work for the government. I can't afford that shit.
Not with the government shut down and all. Anyway.
I work for the state, so
Oh, so you still get
I
paid
shouldn't have said
then?
that. Edit that out.
What was I
Wait,
saying? Oh yeah, so funny thing is like they usually don't have chocolate milk. They just like I guess not enough people order it for it to be a reasonable thing to keep around. But then
So
I show
okay.
up and like I ask, do you guys have chocolate milk? Like no, but we can check for you like tomorrow. And so I check
Hmm.
tomorrow and I ask for chocolate milk. Like yeah, we have chocolate milk. And every day since I've just asked for chocolate milk, and it's gotten to
It's
the
that
point now.
Radisson hospitality, man.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point now where they don't even ask. They just give me chocolate milk. They're like,
Swear to God,
"Him, he's the chocolate milk guy. Make sure we have chocolate milk is available." It's fucking great.
So I go to this local pub quite a bit, a couple times a week maybe, and me and some of my buddies, it had just opened like a year and a half ago. I mean, it opened a little bit before I had turned 21, which in the States you have to be 21 to drink alcohol. Um, and it had opened shortly before I turned 21, and pretty much after I turned 21, me and my friends would primarily go to that pub. And when we go out, we drink a very cheap beer, Miller High Life, which is like the cheap like Miller.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that American domestic beer that's very fucking high in carbs and low in taste and very cheap. But
Sounds like
this
it.
pub, I mean, when they first opened, they would have maybe one or two 6 packs of the shit. And I mean, ever since me and my buddy started going there, I mean, we can drink, a case of beer while we're there. So they always have fucking High Life there for
Right.
us now. I mean, they're never out of it anymore. It's just funny. I mean, you go to a place enough and they're like, we want to make sure these people keep coming back. So we're going to have, this shit. So, I mean, that's the same shit with
Yeah,
chocolate.
the stuff they
Yeah,
do
for sure.
for their customers, it's great.
Absolutely. Well, that's business right there. I mean,
Yeah.
that's how you keep customers and how they keep coming back. And if you were to ever, somebody, a family or friend or acquaintance is rolling through Winnipeg and they're like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to Winnipeg. Where should I stay? You're more likely gonna say, oh, you go fucking stay at the Radisson because they're great
Exactly.
over there because they've treated you so nicely over the last I've been there. So it's part of their scheme. I mean, they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They didn't create a 20-foot hotel or 20-story hotel for nothing. How many floors is that?
This one
Is that
is
right?
30 floors.
Jesus, dude. What floor are you on?
I'm on the 16th floor.
That's not bad.
I was initially on the 26th floor, but my
You
room was right next to the elevators, and I could hear them
26,
every time they went up and down.
dude.
So,
26th floor. 26th floor means you're not getting out if they're
oh yeah,
okay.
in the morning, because there's like four other classes that have to go
Mhm.
to school at the same time. It's like
Right.
it takes 5 years to get to the bottom floor.
Oh my god, dude. No, I'd
So
be
I
on
couldn't
those
go to sleep
stairs,
because I
dude.
could hear the elevators like fucking all night. So I asked,
Yeesh.
like, could I have my room changed? They're like, yeah, we're right on it. And like literally the next day, they had me set up in another room, and they
Oh,
even helped
that's
me
nice.
move my shit. So it's like fantastic service.
It helps. It definitely makes the stay better. I remember I was back in. I was down in Indianapolis over the summer. I had some training for work, and they put us up in a just I can't remember what kind of hotel it was. I think it was the Candlewood Suites. I don't know how relevant that shit is up in Canada land, but
I've never heard of it, so it's probably not
exactly.
around here.
They're okay hotels. All the rooms were suite style. I mean, they had like a bed and kitchen, fridge, stove top, microwave. Nice rooms. But it was my last week of training. I had spent God almost 2 full months in Indianapolis, and I fucking hate cities. Like big cities, not a fan. Just don't, not a fan. And Indianapolis is kind of a fucking cesspool, to be frank. But
Hmm.
uh, spent about 2 months in Indy. Came home for the weekends just to see the missus and make sure everything was kosher at home. But it was my last week of training, and I got in on Sunday night and got up to my room, and the room was okay. I hadn't had any issues leading up to this, so didn't really expect much different. So I just thought, it was gonna be another room. So I get in. I'm like, okay, this is fine. I go over to the curtains to like close the curtains to, give myself some privacy. I think I was on the 3rd floor.
Right.
And that was like the top floor of the hotel. Or maybe there was a 4th floor. I can't remember. It was either a 4th floor or there wasn't. I was. It wasn't a tall hotel. It was either 3 or 4 floors. And so I go to the curtains and I saw some stains on the curtains. At first glance, kind of looked like maybe like some blood stains or something, just red stains. And I don't want to call it blood if it was blood, but it kind of looked like some red stains. And so I'm like, okay, this is weird. Whatever. I'm just close the curtains. I'm not gonna touch them. It's not a big deal. I don't care. So then I rip all the sheets off, check for bed bugs like you should in a hotel, because hotels are fucking gross, even nice hotels.
Right.
And I don't really notice anything abnormal. Go into the bathroom, and I'm looking at, the stuff in the bathroom. Shower head's got a little rust on it. The vanity's got a little rust on it, like around the sink, like around the faucet area and the stuff. This is getting a little worse and worse, whatever. So I just said fuck it, set up my laptop, played some video games, turned the TV on, called it a night, went to bed. And while I was down there for training, I always slept with the TV on in the hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
I always, found a series on YouTube, like a video game series or podcast series or something, just background noise. I always felt really uncomfortable in the hotel setting. I don't know, just small rooms, a lot of people around. You don't know.
That's fair.
So I always slept with the TV on, and so I fell asleep with the TV on. I think I had like a Minecraft like sub series on of just some random YouTuber. I don't even remember who it was. Not important, but fell asleep with that on, real low volume, so I could sleep through it. And I ended up getting woken up at like 3 a.m. to fucking like ESPN News at like max fucking volume. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like this shit like just like sprung me out of a deep sleep. And I'm like, oh my god, like what in the world's going on? Like I didn't fall asleep with ESPN News on, like oh my god. So then I searching everywhere for the remote, and I finally found it like on the floor. It had fallen off the bed or whatever, and I like turned the volume down, and I'm like, Jesus, that's so weird. So then I switched back to the YouTube stuff, and fell back asleep to Minecraft after laying in bed for 30 minutes wondering when the fuck the ghost was gonna kill me. and so then I got woken up again a few hours later with the same shit. The TV cut back from YouTube. Like I took my my Amazon Fire Stick with me, so I had like YouTube on it, and then it cut back to like the cable on the TV to like the news of some sort, ESPN or Fox or CNN or whatever. And each time it was just like blaring loud. And I'm like, oh my god, what is going on? And so I woke up, it's time to go to work. I said, fuck it, like I don't care, fine. So I went to the fridge, because each week I took like groceries with me.
Right. And
gallon of milk, some Red Bulls, some soda pops, some eggs, whatever, simple stuff, nothing major. I normally like ate out while I was down there. I'd go to fucking Taco Bell or McDonald's or something, nothing fancy, but just food. And so I went to the fridge to grab a Red Bull and like a carton of milk that I was gonna take with me like for breakfast. I just reach my hand in the fridge, everything's fucking frozen in the fridge. Everything. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why is all this shit frozen? So then I look at the temperature dial, and the dial's only about halfway up. Like, it wasn't on max or anything. I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's just like too high. I don't have a lot of stuff in here, whatever. So I turn it all the way down. I go to work, come back, and I look in the fridge. Everything in the fridge is more frozen than it was when I.
What?
I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, like I basically turned, like, according to my knowledge of how temperature dials and fridges work, I basically turned the motherfucker off. And so, like, everything, like, I mean, I had soda cans, like, exploded in the fridge.
Jesus.
and like my gallon of milk was solid. I mean, it was like an ice brick of milk. Yeah, it was crazy. I'm like, I was pissed at this point too, because I mean, that was like $40 worth of groceries. I mean, and like beverages and other food that I had in there, just like frozen solid and ruined. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I said, you know what? I don't care about that shit. I'll eat out every night this week. Fuck it. I don't care. I'll buy a donut for breakfast. I'm not making a big deal out of it. It's my last week here. I'm going to get through. So then I turn the TV on and I'm like, I go on to YouTube because I watch a lot of YouTube, YouTube, Twitch streams, stuff like that. I don't really watch cable too much. And,
I don't think I've turned on my TV once while I was here.
Right. And so I'm like watching YouTube, ordered some food, and as I'm literally sitting there, the TV switches over like from YouTube to cable. I'm like, no, fuck this shit. So I go I literally march my ass down to the fucking front desk and I'm like, I've got some problems. And so I tell him everything that's going on, and the manager that was working, she was real sweet. She was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, we'll get that taken care of, yada. And so the maintenance dude comes up and he's like, we're like walking to my room or whatever. He's like, oh, do you have this kind of TV, such and such brand, whatever? Can't remember what he said. And I'm like, yeah, I think so. And he's like, yeah, we're trying to get all those replaced, like we've been having a lot of issues with that, yada yada. I'm like, oh yeah, does that explain why everything in my fucking fridge is frozen and the blood stains on the fucking curtains and all the weird spots in the back? Like, okay, just get me out of this fucking room because this room's creeping me the fuck out. Like, I mean, they were pretty chill about it. I mean, they got me switched to a room. However, the room that they gave me to was literally like 3 rooms down from where I was, and I'm like, this fucking ghost is gonna. Dude, and I'll sit here right now and tell you, hell yes, I believe in some sort of supernatural being,
paranormal activities.
Yeah, paranormal shit. I'm totally on board with that shit. 100%. What about you?
I mean, I personally haven't come across too much that like convinces me, but I've had some I've heard enough stories that to make it seem like it's possible.
So what do you think?
There was a time my dad was telling me a story. He lives in a trailer court way up in the middle of like bumfuck nowhere on a mountainside. And
sounds pretty.
Yeah, it's great. He claims that his house is haunted, and his example is when he had a cat. His cat would, usually in the middle of the night, sit at one end of the hallway and just stare down the hallway and sometimes growl at nothing.
Nope, that cat is... Nope, mm-mm. Wait, the cat's growling at something?
Like, the cat's growling, but it appears...
Oh, dude, no, that's seriously, that's like Paranormal 101, dude. If your fucking animal's, like, barking at, like, nothing, dude. That's dude, they can see something that you can't. I honestly believe that animals have that, like, sixth sense of a sort. Mm-hmm. Like, they have that kind of, like, extra sensory, like, emotion. It's like it's like the shit with, like, dogs being able to, like, sense tornadoes,
Right.
Or like the big storms come in, and they start going wild and barking and shit. Like, I really do. I think that's some real shit. And I think that, like, my biggest example, or my biggest, like, memory of believing in, like, the paranormal, is, I don't, thinking back on it now, I can't say, with a rhyme or reason what it was. But I remember when I was a kid, I was playing. Me and my family, my mother. I was raised by a single. Me and my mother, my 2 siblings. We lived in this apartment. It was a little 2-bedroom apartment, like kitchen, living room combo. Pretty small. It was maybe 600 square feet of space. It was real small. Whatever. Not important to the story. Just trying to set a setting to the story, and. My mother and my 2 siblings were over at a neighbor's apartment, like across the hall, having a good time, chatting, whatever, talking. Mm-hmm. And one of the neighbor's kids, who was my age, was over at our apartment. and we were playing with Hot Wheels, whatever. Like I was a little
Oh,
kid. I was
Hot Wheels,
maybe
those
five
were
or
the
six,
days.
5 or 6 years old. And, oh yeah, dude, I was getting them. I always loved it with the Hot Wheels sidebar here. With the Hot Wheels, I always loved to fucking do like cops and robbers and like crash
Oh,
everything
yeah.
into each other. Yeah, dude, I used to fucking make a mess. It was bad. But but me and this neighbor kid were playing whatever, and we had like our computer in like our family room, or living room, family room, dining room, kitchen combo type deal, with a printer hooked up to it. And while we're like playing with Hot Wheels, cops and robbers smashing shit up, whatever, being kids,
As kids do.
this printer starts printing out of nowhere. And this was like 2001, 2002 maybe. I mean, this was like wireless printing was not a thing at this time. So anybody
Shit,
listening, it's like, oh,
I was like barely able to walk. Holy
right,
shit.
okay, yeah. So here we are playing with Hot Wheels. This printer prints, and it prints out this blank piece of paper,
Mm-hmm.
and it freaked me the fuck out. And I'm just like, fucking bawling, just like little kid, fucking crying, like losing my shit, like, oh my god, I don't know what it is. Like, it was bad. And so I'm like, I fucking jump up and I fucking run across the hall. And I like jump at my mom, and I'm like, "What's going on? Printer just printed, and nobody's on the computer." And I'm just like, the thing that clicked in my mind was just like, horror films like The Sixth Sense, fucking what other movies would I have seen at that time? I mean, my mom had like disregard to me watching these horror films when I was a young kid. Probably not the greatest parenting, looking back on it, but like that it was a big thing. Me and my mom watched a lot of horror films together when I was a kid, because it was just like a common interest. I was a young kid. I loved horror films, which is fucking weird now because I absolutely despise horror films for the most part today. Like
I don't care for horror films, but
no, I'm not a huge fan. Like I enjoy like the good storytelling if they can actually pull it off, but 9 times out of 10 the acting is so bad that I don't really want to watch the fucking horror film.
And they're so fucking predictable too.
Oh, absolutely. But when I was a kid, loved horror films, and me and my mom watched a lot of them together.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just like freaking out about this fucking printer going off, and she's like trying to tell me like, oh, it's your grandpa trying to say hello. My grandpa had died like right before I had turned 2 years old, so I didn't really get to know him.
Mm-hmm.
He died when I was at a very young age, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is really definitely supposed to fucking calm me down. You're gonna this dead man is trying to talk to me through the fucking printer. That's definitely gonna help me. And so it was shortly after that. So how our apartment was set up, there's only 2 bedrooms, like I said before. Me and my brother had shared a bedroom, and then my mother and my sister had shared a bedroom. Kind of split it off like girls and boys or whatever. And I was a very young kid, 5, 6. I think we moved out of there when I was 7 years old, maybe 7 or 8. But for the most part, I was kindergarten age to about grade 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would have a lot of nightmares, probably because I watched a lot of fucking horror films when I was, a developing mind, which again, back to the bad parenting part of like, maybe my mother shouldn't have let me watch all these fucking scary movies. But I would occasionally end up like in my mom's bed, for like consolence to like all these nightmares that I would be having. And I remember this one night I got up out of bed and I went into my mom's bed, which was in the same room as like my sister's bed. Like there was 2 beds in the room. And so I slept, in my mom's bed because I had a nightmare. And I was probably like 6 years old maybe at this point.
We've all been there.
No, I'm not ashamed of it. I was a kid. I don't care. But I'm getting to the point of the story. And one of them had woken up, whether it be my mom and there was a bathroom connected to that bedroom, in the apartment. And so one of them had gotten up to use the restroom, flipped the light on in the bathroom, which was, obviously there's a door and everything, so it's not like weird, but they like, the light kind of like gleams from under the door, so it kind of lit up the room a little bit. And I like looked over to the door frame in the like from the bedroom, like the bedroom door frame out into like the hallway where like it would lead into like our family room and dining room area. And I like saw this like, I hate to say ghost because I don't know if ghost is the right term, but maybe like apparition. And maybe it was just like my mind fucking with me. But I saw this like human figure. I won't even call it a manly or
like a shadow type.
Yeah,
thing?
I mean, it had a white tint to it. Maybe it's just whether I envisioned it or whether it was actually there, don't know. What I do know is that it freaked me the fuck out so much that I remember it to this day, fucking 18 years later, and I have since believed in like the supernatural of some kind ever since. I mean, it's like the thing that I think that the thing that takes me back to like the supernatural aspect of life as whole is because I have so many unanswered questions about what happens to us after life, and I'm sure that a lot of people have the same questions. But one of my biggest questions, which everybody shares the same, perspective or question for ourselves, is what does happen after we die? I mean, what do you think happens to us when we die? What is your take on that?
I don't know. It's one of those things that I try not to think about because then I know I'm gonna stay up all night thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, sort of like the most logical thing that comes to mind is that just like after you're gone, after you're said and done, you just kind of like cease to be, almost.
Okay.
And it's hard. It's one of those things that's hard to comprehend because our human mind, as great as it is too limited to comprehend absolutely nothing. That's like, yeah. But if you think about it, before you were born, you just didn't exist, and it's hard to it's hard to comprehend. But like you
didn't exist. You never like okay. So this argument's actually going to be great for abortionists out there.
Like a side note, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice, but I'm not going to tell somebody what to do with their own bodies because I follow the same guidelines with firearms.
Mm-hmm.
I love firearms. I love guns. If you don't like guns, that's fine, but don't try and take that right or that privilege away from me, because in the United States, Roe v. Wade was handled in the 1970s.
Mm-hmm.
So, we went and we stomped that. Like, it's done. Like, we should be done talking about this. Why are we still talking about abortion at all? But abortion is a very relevant topic when it comes to election season in the United States. Even 50 years later, or 40 years later. What was it? 1976, 74, something like that, when Roe v. Wade was. And here we are in 2019, and we're coming up on a presidential election next year. Mm-hmm. And I guarantee you that abortion is going to be like brought up at every fucking debate.
Right.
But why? Like we're done. We're done with that. Like, we're going on. We need to move on with life. We want to keep bringing up these
many social
issues
that we're taking way too long to figure the fuck out.
Yeah. When all these social issues like abortion, we've already figured that out. So instead of trying to just turn the clock back and go back to what we solved with Roe v. Wade, why don't we just move on? Why don't we figure out, okay, so obviously people are going to get abortions whether it's legal or not. Pro-abortionists or pro-choicers have already made that clear. They bring up the argument of coat hanger abortions or sucking the sumbitch out with a vacuum, or whatever you want to say. So why don't they take that same argument, which is an argument that is very relevant in the pro-gun and pro-Second Amendment community, of like, well, you want to ban all these firearms, whether that be military-style assault rifles like the Armalite rifle, which is what AR stands for, and AR-15. It does not stand for assault rifle. It stands for Armalite rifle, because Armalite is the original manufacturer of the AR-15, or AR in general, AR-15, AR-10.
We're learning things here.
Yes, I'm going to educate so many people. Actually, like the 20 that are going to listen to this. But the Armalite rifle is a militarized style. It looks like an M16. It's not. It shoots one bullet per trigger pull, unlike the M16, which is a fully automatic, actual military issue rifle that only the military can obtain unless you have all sorts of licensing and tax stamps and want to spend like $20,000 fucking dollars to obtain it. When an AR-15 you can go to Rural King or Dick's. Well, actually, no, I think Dick's took them off the shelf. But you can go to Walmart and all these very common stores in the United States, and purchase one for like $500. But it's no different than going and to those similar stores and purchasing a 223 or a 308 hunting rifle that has the similar magazine size, that is fully wooden stock with a steel pressed barrel and a bolt, or even a semi-automatic centerfire rifle style, but it's not all blacked out with lightweight materials and it looks like an M16. Guns of higher power capacity exist, but they don't look as scary, but nobody wants to talk about those guns because they don't look like the M16 or an M4 A4 rifle that a military soldier would use in combat. And really what's crazy, and this is coming from a Second Amendment or a pro-gun individual, is that all this focus, and I guarantee you that if the Democratic Party and at this point the fucking Republican Party just fucking laying in bed with anybody in Congress so that they keep getting elected, if we keep going in the direction that we're going, an all-out quote unquote assault weapons ban will occur. And then from that rifle ban we will push towards a handgun ban. But in my personal opinion, handguns are a lot more deadly than rifles are.
Yeah. If you actually like look up the stats for that, there are way more shootings and fatalities with handguns than there are with ARs. The reason that ARs get all the attention is there's one fucker from a building in Las Vegas tries to shoot up a whole fucking concert, and suddenly the media blows it up.
No, okay, let's get some facts straight here. He didn't use an AR. He had a SCAR, which is a completely different kind of rifle.
All right.
Completely different kind of rifle.
But you see
nobody's
what I'm trying
talking.
To say, though,
absolutely, but I'm saying nobody's talking about.
Specific type of
nobody's
gun
talking about those kinds of guns. Everybody's focused on the one that looks like the fucking M16. Because everybody thinks, oh, well, it looks like the one that our soldiers use. It looks like it could, cause all this harm. The AR-15 is rarely used in actual, magazines. Because it's a very effective rifle. Yes. But there are more effective firearms than the AR-15. All firearms really being most handguns. You have to think the effectiveness, and this might get dark real quick, and cut me off in like 2 seconds, but I don't want to say successful, but devastating mass shootings occur in very small areas populated with high populous density. So, would you rather, not you, but I don't want you to answer this question at all.
I'm gonna.
But thinking from thinking from the mindset of an individual who is posing harm onto others in a public setting, would you rather have a rifle which has a 30 round magazine, which is graded at 50 to 150 yards, or would you rather have a handgun, which you can also get a 30 round magazine for, every Glock handgun out there, that is graded for 10 to 35 yards?
See, I think the logical choice, well, I guess it depends
And
on
with
your
that,
environment.
your 9mm, which most Glock handguns are, 9mm is gonna ricochet a lot more than a 223.
Mm-hmm.
Which sounds fucked up again, and I hate that I'm having this conversation right now, but we're focused on the wrong things. And not that because I don't want to ban on anything. I think that you're gonna have about as good a time banning firearms in the United States as Reagan did with banning crack in the ghettos that he introduced the crack into anyways. But like it's a double-edged sword. And people are going to go with the runaround all day about, whether, firearms, whether they should be banned or allowed for everybody. But I believe that everybody in the United States and everybody in the world should be able to have that opportunity to protect themselves with the equipment that a working firearm issues an individual. I'm not saying that we should issue, babies a fucking Glock 19 at birth, but I'm saying that we should allow our citizens to have that opportunity to protect themselves from that. Because whether people want to admit it or not, people that want to impose harm onto others, they're going to do it. Whether they have the opportunity to obtain a firearm legally, illegally, or whether they just go out and fucking run, 19 people over with a U-Haul truck that they rented from the U-Haul store in fucking Manhattan,
Mm-hmm.
which happened, 2 years ago? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that happened 2 years ago in New York. But, nobody wants to talk about that. Because everybody just wants to be like, well, at least it wasn't a gun. No. Dude still fucking killed 19 people with a fucking U-Haul truck that he rented for $35 an hour. Like, but we don't want to talk about how, people are just fucked up in the head. We want to just put it onto the, inanimate object that requires 4 pounds of force to pull a trigger and make, a hunk of metal come out at high velocities. And
Mm-hmm.
we want to impose all of our worries onto that. But I do believe that everybody should have the ability to protect themselves, their family, and their property and ownership with the means that firearms allow them to do that with. And I will support that until the day I die. But that goes hand in hand with me not wanting to take away any right, liberty, or freedom away from anybody in general. And that goes back to the abortion thing. Whereas we solved this, we got this figured out. Obviously, people are going to do this regardless, and I hold that same viewpoint with criminals and within the Second Amendment realm of things.
Mm-hmm.
But so why don't we just allow these people to make sure that they don't fucking die when they go and abort their child that they've conceived with a
Right.
fucking coat hanger? Like, they're already killing one human being. We don't need to kill the mother as well.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just let's keep this shit legal, and let's not incriminate people because of their choices. And then I also hold the same viewpoint when it comes to all illicit substances. Whereas people are going to do drugs whether they are legal or not.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of criminalizing people because they want to shoot up heroin or smoke meth or snort cocaine or pop opiate pills or Adderall illegally, or lick a little LSD or smoke PCP or whatever the fuck these people are doing nowadays, instead of criminalizing them and trying to throw them in jail for fucking 3 to 10 years, why don't we instead decriminalize all these substances when we do pick people up for these illicit substances, and not pick them up in like a criminalizing way, but why don't we try and just educate these people? Why don't we try and help them with social programs? And then I'm not saying full blown like rehab services to where the government is just drowning in like rehab costs and rehabilitation classes and all these medical costs and everything, because universal healthcare also fucking sucks, and I don't want to hear anything different about that from you, Mr. Canada. But but we should try and educate these addicts that are using on a regular basis with look directly at the opiate epidemic that we're suffering right now in the United States. I'm a citizen of the state of Indiana. I see it firsthand that heroin and fentanyl is skyrocketing throughout our state. And with our high opiate use, we are also seeing an increase in HIV and AIDS throughout the state of Indiana. And so a lot of that is contributed from the high heroin use and the sharing of needles and the blood transfer from those needles. And so when we educate addicts on the dangers of opiate use, and not just the obviously the obvious use or the obvious dangers of opiate use, of like, this shit's gonna fucking kill you, obviously, like you're passing out in the streets, you're hyperventilating, you're literally fucking mouth when you're using these drugs. But the secondary effects of opiate use, and the sharing of needles, specifically with the increase of HIV/AIDS, we with educating these individuals on these topics, we have the opportunity to decrease people's use of these illicit drugs and substances, but we also have the opportunity to decrease the public health issues that we are facing, while firsthand trying to slow down and decrease the overall use, because people are going to use these drugs whether or not they're illegal or not. I mean, all these drugs are illegal right now. Marijuana is only legal in like 6 states in the United States. There has never been a recorded death from marijuana use in the history of fucking ever. Yet it's still illegal. While I think the last number I saw was like 60,000 people die each year from alcohol use.
And alcohol's legal.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like overconsumption, drinking and driving, yada yada.
People that just either don't understand, they're ignorant to it, or they're poorly disciplined.
Absolutely. And so people are going to do stupid shit under the effects of substances regardless. So I think when we look at harder substances like heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, LSD, PCP, abuse to prescription drugs like benzos, which include like alprazolam, Xanax, or amphetamines like Adderall. These are very common addictions. And so when we go to educate people because of their use, and after they've already been using, we have the opportunity to help society as a whole. And we shouldn't approach it like, oh, well, this person is a heroin addict, so we're going to help this one person. No, we're going to help this one person while their education on the topic of it, whether they want to listen to it or not, but we've given our fucking college a try to educate them on the dangers of the drug and how they're not just affecting themselves by sharing needles, but they're affecting, their community as a whole.
The people around them, the people who care for them, the people who literally watch them destroy themselves with their addiction. And
these viruses, HIV and AIDS, I mean, that's serious shit. I mean, there's no cure for that stuff. There's small treatments. I mean, you can get a cocktail of prescription drugs that can slow the effects of it and keep your T cell count up and whatever, but I mean, there's no, you can't cure that stuff. But obviously, drug addicts don't necessarily think like that. And a lot of drug addicts, they contract those diseases and those viruses, and then they could potentially, go out and fornicate with either a mutual drug addict or a non-using individual, and then they infect another human being with these diseases, all because they contracted that disease from their drug use. And so I think that's where we fault so much when it comes to our war on drugs in the United States, is that we only want to attack it from like the core and from like the actual like issue that is causing the problem. We want to slap it from the base of the crack.
Mm-hmm.
Crack is in the drug. I mean, because that's where the drug war came from back in the 80s with Reagan.
It's funny because there's a drug called crack.
Right, but we're gonna slap the crack, and but that's where like the drug war originated, was crack cocaine, and predominantly in black communities and in the ghettos of Chicago and Harlem and out in California and so on and so on. While these wide range communities, very affluent communities, wealthy communities, white people, even black people, whatever, just wealthy individuals who partook in cocaine, pure cocaine, we're getting busted with this shit, and in comparison to what was happening to individuals who were getting busted with crack, we're getting a slap on the wrist. I mean, it's that 100 to 1 complex or whatever it is, or 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 10 to 1, whichever. It's one of the two. The offense or the repercussions of being caught with crack were exponentially greater than an individual's repercussions for getting caught with cocaine, because of the stigma that was associated with crack opposed to cocaine, because cocaine was this lavish drug. It was this wealthy, label of like, I am rich, I am, I have more money than you could even imagine. Coke, I'm a New York Stock Exchange, broker, while the person doing crack is maybe 3 months unemployed and yada yada. But that may not always be the case. It may be so that the person doing coke is, they found some coke, and the person doing crack is, your New York Stock Exchange broker that found some crack. I don't know. I watched Wolf on Wall Street once or twice.
I think,
but it is crazy.
I think.
And we just went on a huge tangent there. I don't even remember what the fuck we went to, but where did I start with that?
I have no clue. I think you're gonna say something, and then I was like, quick side note, and then it lasted a fucking hour.
Sorry. No, it was not an hour. It's been like 10 minutes.
We're at the hour and a half mark, so
Yeah, we're at an hour and a half like that. No, I knew that this was gonna be a long episode for
that's fine. There's no time limit.
Okay.
But
good, because I was gonna say, I could have told you
of
2 hours.
The 3 hot topics that we were just discussing, I think all 3 you can do a lot with just education. Not just any education,
yes.
But proper education. Like, don't just say,
absolutely.
all right, kids, drugs are bad, because clearly that doesn't fucking work.
Biggest problem. Again, and I'm basing a lot of this off of, so I'm obviously an Indiana native.
Mm-hmm.
I've mentioned that several times throughout the podcast here. But so I'm basing a lot of my experience off of growing up within the Indiana public school system. And one of my favorite things within the Indiana public school system is sex education, but that's another topic that we can spend minutes. But in the Indiana public school system, in 5th grade, we are required to partake in the DARE program. Do you know what the DARE program is?
Yes, we have similar, if not the same program. Okay,
so DARE, for anybody listening, stands for Drug and Alcohol Resistance Education. So it's basically this program that local police departments have a specific officer that is their quote-unquote DARE officer. And so that DARE officer goes around to the local schools, elementary schools, because they're 5th grades, and they educate the youth on drugs, alcohol, and how to say no. That's literally like their slogan is literally just say no. Like, it's, Nike's is just do it. Well, no, we're just saying no here. However, I will like follow that I will follow the DARE program's introduction with, if I would have never gone through the DARE program when I was 10 or 11 years old in 5th grade, I would have probably never even fucking known what drugs were, and I probably would have never wanted to try any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Real shit.
That's just the way it goes, right? They teach you not to do something, and then
they
you
showed
like,
us
"I wanna do this."
videos of like this. It was a cartoon video of this kid, like, you know the saying, like, oh, he's chasing the dragon. No,
Right.
this kid was literally like, it was a video about this like 10, 12-year-old kid who was like, he had a drug dealer, and he was like buying pot from this drug dealer. It started out as like him buying pot, whatever, and then he went to his drug dealer one day, and his drug dealer was like, oh, I'm out of pot, but I have some of this, and he like hands him a fucking stamp of LSD. And the kid's like, well, I don't want that. Like, that's not what I don't want that. And the guy was like, no, it's cool, man. Just try it once. And so the kid's like, okay, fine. He's like, the drug dealer's like, oh, first one's free. First one, like doing drug dealer shit,
Yeah.
And kid's like, okay, cool. So, he goes home, he gets a little weird, gets a Snuggie, whatever, licks the fucking LSD, goes on a trip, crazy fucking trip, right? And so, this fucking dragon shows up, and he starts chasing the fucking dragon. So then he, goes back to the drug dealer, and he's like, oh, I need some more fucking that shit, whatever. And he obviously didn't say that because it's a kid's show, but we're talking about fucking chasing the dragon here for fucking LSD and drugs and shit. And so I'm like, me, fucking influential 11-year-old Cameron is just like, this motherfucker's chasing the goddamn dragon. Like, this is colorful as fuck. Like, why would any 10-year-old see this goddamn cartoon and be like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to chase the fucking dragon. No, like, all I want to do when I'm 10 years old is chase fucking dragons. I love dragons when I'm fucking 10 years old. So why are we educating our youth with this bullshit that is doing nothing but frying into their brains of like, wait a minute, Officer so-and-so from the police department told me that if I did these drugs, then I would get to meet a fucking dragon, and that sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, let's reevaluate that education right there.
Exactly.
Like, there's nothing more fucked up about anything than that right there. And if anybody out there listening is in the education, like, sector of the world, whether that be in Canada, US, Mexico, France, fucking Japan, I don't know how far this is going to reach or if it ever will, but I want you to go to your administration and just say, why are we teaching our kids about drugs, but we're like making it seem okay to do these things?
Right.
It would have been more beneficial for administration and educators to show me like before and after pictures of meth addicts.
Show everything, not like show the facts, not just a kid chasing dragons.
Don't show me a video of a kid chasing a dragon, because that was more like influential to me to want to try drugs, which I've never done LSD in my life. I will say that right now, and I'm not lying. But watching that video at a young age, that shit stuck with me. Like I was extremely intrigued with wanting to try that drug, and then that's how it was. And I never did, obviously, but I could have if I wanted to.
And that's all it takes, is just that little bit of curiosity, and suddenly you're in a downhill spiral.
Absolutely. Like it probably, and this was the what year would have this been? Would have been like 2006. Yeah, about 2006, 2007 maybe. I mean, this was like, they could have like put up like the video of like Rodney King like freaking out on PCP. Like that maybe would have been a little more educational, and R.I.P. Rodney King. But like that, like he was on PCP. He was fucked up. Like he, was so fucked up that unfortunately he got shot by LAPD, and like, that's fucked up stuff. But like, that's because he was on those drugs that, I mean, they absolutely took over his mind. That just they made him uncontrollable, and unfortunately the responding officers didn't know what to do with him other than what happened. So That
I
is
think
more
like the
like
key argument that I tend to hear from people who sort of put these programs together is like, oh, they're young kids. We shouldn't be
no,
showing them the raw
no,
footage, if you will,
fuck
because
that.
like you
Show
don't
them
want to
everything.
scar them for
These
life. But
kids
as
are work with kids.
like as much as I can see your side of the argument, I'm like, no, fucking show them what's gonna
I promise you.
happen if
Promise you, these kids are smarter than everybody wants.
yeah. Like
All these
they
kids are
already
smarter
know
than they.
like more than the teachers teaching them this stuff just from the
My
internet.
From my experience with working with children, which I work with children every day, um, I I stand by a I'm trying to think of the words. I stand by a slogan. I guess is maybe the if a child is old enough to ask you, a child is old enough to know the answer.
That is the quote of the year.
So with that, if a child is old enough to ask you, like, well, what happens when you smoke methamphetamine, or what happens when you use meth, or what happens when you know, drop acid, yada yada. Like, and not that many children would ask that question. It's like, like when their grandma dies, and they're like, well, where'd grandma go? Like, you don't need to fucking beat around the bush and be like, oh, grandma's going to a better place now. No, you need to explain to that child of
Mm-hmm.
grandma's died, and a part of life is that you're here for X amount of years, and time goes on, and you will eventually die. Because the earlier that a child is exposed to shit like that, the less fucked up they are in the head, and they learn.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds fucked up to anybody listening, but like, I promise you, it's better for a child to just hear that shit like straight up when they're young, than to like go a few more years and maybe go into their teen, never have to experience any of that fucked up dark shit, and then like that shit finally clicks when they're about 15, 16 years old. No, it's way more fucked up when they're about 15, 16 years old than when they're a kid. Because at least when they're a kid, they're like, oh, okay, cool, that's life, and they don't go 10 years of, you know, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking live forever. They finally figure out what death is, and they're like, oh my god, I'm gonna die someday. This is fucking terrible.
That's when when the emo
everybody
phase
knows.
starts right there.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, you're starting to live the horizon shit, and I love Bring Me the Horizon and the Romans, all that shit. I used to listen to that shit all the time in high school, but I mean that's like real shit. I mean, but parents want to stray away from these conversations with their kids, and going back to fucking sex education, fucking Indiana. And I shit you not, dude. The state of Indiana, our entire curriculum for sexual education is abstinence.
Oh, you're still on that, are you?
Oh yes, we are. And it was funny because I was actually in a meeting. I'm trying to keep my trying to keep a lot of things associated with my job out of here. But I was listening to a public speaker, I should say, because I was in a presentation with this public speaker, and she was talking about the Indiana public school system, and she was talking about sex education in Indiana, and she was trying to explain to everybody about just how like Indiana's still gung-ho about this whole abstain to obtain your goals and don't have sex until you're married, yada yada. Okay, well, everybody knows, and anybody that works with teenagers know that teenagers are gonna fuck the shit out of anything that they get into. Like it's not a matter of like when are they gonna do it, it's like when are they not gonna do it, because that list is gonna be shorter, I promise you. So we in the state of Indiana still want to believe that like, oh well, if we teach our children that they need to wait until marriage, and they need to find that person that they love, and they need to just sell their soul to one person, then everything's going to be fine. Well, no, the state of Indiana also has one of the highest teen pregnancy rates in the United States. I think we're like 7th on the list, which there's 50 fucking states in the state of Indiana. That's not very good, especially when our population is only like 17th in the state or in the United States, and all my numbers are completely wrong. And anybody listening, absolutely fact check me and tweet me at cam_bams on Twitter, because I'm not even gonna fact check this shit. I'm just going off of pure memory here of what I'm pretty sure this presenter, spoke about in what I was listening to. But like those are terrible numbers. And here we are, we're still preaching and moaning about, like, oh well, let's talk about, teen pregnancy, and let's talk about, teen sex and sex before marriage and all this stuff. Yet we don't want to actually educate our fucking kids about how to just use readily available contraceptive in the world. There are a dozen and a half fucking forms of being safe in the bedroom,
right,
for all ages. You've got condoms, IUDs, female condoms, birth control, sponges, diaphragms, fucking goddamn it, put them in the comments of what else you can think of, and fucking timestamp this part in the video.
Do you have Plan B in whatever state?
Yes, we do. Plan B was legalized. It is a thing that you can do. I wouldn't recommend it being Plan A, but it definitely is Plan B. For two reasons: the $50 price tag that is held on it, and effectiveness. Especially if you're not like within that like key window. They say you get up to like 72 hours with it, but like I wouldn't push that 72nd hour. I would try and get that shit as fast as possible to any listeners right now.
Day of, if not the second day at the latest.
Like, I mean, like, get it, like, if you have a one night stand and, some shit doesn't go right,
like,
wake up the next morning and, go get into your Walgreens or local CVS or wherever the fuck you have in Canada land. But
we have PharmaSave.
Yeah. PharmaSafe?
Save with a V.
It's PharmaSave? Okay. PharmaSave, yeah. Go to PharmaSave, fucking pay your 57 Canadian dollars, and I don't know what your conversion rate is, but I just like fucking with you.
That's probably accurate. I don't know. I think
that's one thing President Trump's doing.
I think we were like 76 cents on the American dollar.
Oh, so you get about the same on the American dollar as average American woman. So let's talk about the fucking wage gap. No, but all actuality, yeah, like that shit doesn't exist. And anybody listening that disagrees, maybe you should reevaluate what you're doing in life. And I'm a fucking social worker, for Christ's sake. I make shit money. My entire office, I think we have 11 men. Maybe out of an office of like 130.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's just put that into perspective.
Right.
We make shit money. I'll be the first one to say. I don't even care.
Just get a better job, forehead.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But I don't want to. I love my job.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I've always found that I would rather be happy than rich. I've been poor my whole life. I don't have any interest in being wealthy or, better off. I'm smart. I'm financially smart. I don't blow money like a lot of people do.
I think like to be financially smart, a key part of that is to being poor, because you know what it's like. You have to conserve money. You've been conserving your whole life, so.
Yeah. When you're a kid, you get a few bucks, and you're like, yeah, I could go buy ice cream, take a gum, or you can be like, or I could, save stuff for a little bit, maybe
get that new Hot Wheels car.
Get a few more dollars, and maybe I can go, the used video game store and buy a new fucking PlayStation 2 game. Yeah, that's real shit, dude. I think honestly, one of the best things that happened to me in life was, like you said, having that secondary thought of like the value of a dollar,
right?
Because I definitely don't, I don't come across money and I'm like, oh, money, I spend it. No, I absolutely don't. I get $1 and I'm like, cool,
I very much used to be that kid that was like, wow, a toonie. That's $2, by the way. I'm gonna go buy chocolate bars as soon as I can. I used to
Mhm.
be like that, and then as I got older, I started to realize like that we as a family were in a very tough financial situation, and I was like, wow,
Right.
I should save every fucking dollar I get.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, it's definitely something. I think everybody in the world, and not everybody in the world. Obviously, everybody in like the quote unquote third world is already kind of living in that aspect of
Hmm.
like, poverty and shit. But I think everybody in like the United States and Canada, which are two prime examples of like just when people think of well-off countries, I mean the United States and Canada are top five probably, with England in there as well, France, and probably like Germany.
Germany, I bet's in there somewhere.
Right. And but I think everybody in those cultures, in those civilizations, if you will, or even just in those countries, I think everybody on that dead middle class, like that steady, I'm not leaving the middle class, not so much the lower middle, like
Pretty
the actual
much.
middle class to upper middle class and higher. They should live a week in poverty.
They should.
They should. No, no savings, job that's yielding them 75,000 plus a year, because I'd say that's where about the cutoff. I mean, I'd say that like your
I think
cutoff
that's Canada's
for
average for like if you go from the poorest of the poor to the richest of the rich, the average income I think is 75,000
is
a
it
year.
okay? Yeah, so I would say that like let me think real quick. I would say that for that, like those like middle class to those wealthy people, they should live on like an annual salary
Hmm.
like $35,000 a year, US dollars a year, for like a month, and just to see if they can actually do it, honestly. Because and I'm a strong believer in that your income is based upon your work ethic.
Hmm.
Um, because at the end of the day, you make your decisions. But and I'm not meaning like I think so many people are um, blinded and stigmatized by this idea that like, oh well, you have to go to college to get a good job, and if you don't go to college then you're gonna fucking work at McDonald's for the rest of your life. No, that's not true, because I am the only person out of my entire friend group from high school that went to college, and almost all of my friends make more.
Hmm.
um Now I'm doing something that I thoroughly enjoy. I'm working with people every day. I love my job. I get the opportunity to help people every time that I go to work. Um, but all of my friends, they're working factory jobs, they're working, hard labor jobs, they're making more money than me. And I don't, I'm not salty about that. I don't care. I'm happy for them. They're not necessarily doing something that they, love to do. They may not, love going to work every day, but they are making more money than me, and I'm fine with that. And I think that the takeaway here is that college is not your end all be all, like so many of our primary school teachers want to make it to
Hmm.
be. We're told all throughout our grade school and all throughout our high school years, some of our most years of our lives are when we're 15 to 18 years old. And throughout that whole time period, we're told day in and day out, when we go to algebra class or geometry or biology or whatever, and we're like, they're all of our teachers are telling us, oh well, you need to do well on my tests so that you can go to college and you can get
Yeah.
a job that you want to do and it makes good money and yada yada yada. Okay, well, I went to college, I got a job that I love to do, it does not make good money, but I
I'm
don't
pretty sure
blame
like
that.
the top.
But I don't blame that on my educators at the same time.
No.
I could
They
have found
have
a
a
passion.
curriculum that they have to follow,
Hmm.
and I'm gonna say it now. They don't get paid nearly enough to deal
No.
with the shit that
Oh, our educate,
we have to do.
especially in the United States, educators in the United States, some of the most underpaid.
Hmm.
Most of them make more money than me, and they have less workloads and less stress, and But we're gonna completely we're going way off topic here, so I'm just not even gonna get into that.
I'm pretty sure we started talking. I'm pretty sure we started this podcast with me explaining something about trains, and then we just went way off into outer space.
Oh, dude, we're just rolling now.
Yeah.
We haven't even started yet, buddy. For all the listeners out there,
I can name like
actually...
numerous jobs that you can get a decent salary going into 6 digits
Absolutely.
a year, and you don't need a college degree for it.
I completely agree. It's that, like I said, to start my, I don't want to even call it an argument, but a statement, is that my job is not. I don't think of my job as like a. Hang on, I'm trying to think. So I don't think of my job as like a necessity. I know that there are plenty of jobs out there that I could go and get, and I could make $20,000-$30,000 more a year. But I also know, while I accept those jobs, I'm gonna fucking hate my life. So is it really worth it?
Probably.
Right. So I feel that the wealth in this aspect comes from the overall happiness that I gain from doing the current job that I'm making, where I'm not making great money. I'm making okay money. Like I'm not rolling in it, but like I'm not eating ramen noodles every night either. So like I see this job, which I'm doing now. I'm enjoying myself. I love the people I work with. I love the work I'm doing, even though I'm not making a lot of money doing it. And then I look at another job where I'm like, wow, I could make, $30,000 more a year working the same kind of hours. I would add more physical strength to my body, 100%, because the job I'm doing now, it's not physically demanding. It's mostly desk work. I talk to a lot of people. I hold a lot of meetings, yada yada, whatever. But it would also be a job that I just don't find enjoyment in.
Right.
And so then that aspect of it, I will coincide with the fact that that is very fucking millennial-esque of me.
Mm-hmm.
Of I have chosen passion over being comfortable.
It's sort of like where the question comes in, does money buy happiness?
Absolutely not. Now, money can buy temporary happiness, because you can see that,
mm-hmm.
and you can see that money can buy temporary happiness in the aspect of even short-term happiness. I mean, when was the last time that you bought yourself something and you're just like, this is a great fucking purchase, like this is awesome, but then like a week later you're kind of like, man, like, yeah, I bought it, it's cool, like I'm not really worried about it anymore, but like I still have it, it's fine. Like, think about your smartphone.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have a Samsung,
like Note, Galaxy,
the
S, like knockoff one, whatever.
It does phone related things.
Okay, so you bought your Samsung phone.
Yes.
The day that you bought that phone, you were probably all over it, where you were downloading all your apps, your games, your
honestly,
text messaging stuff.
I'm not really like a huge cell phone guy. That's why I didn't go for like the newest cell phone ever. It was just kind of like I needed something in order to be able to keep in touch with family, and occasionally browse Twitter when I have a free internet connection.
Fair. Okay, so let's dial it back to your computer, because I know you play a lot of computer games. The day you bought that computer, did you stop until you fell asleep?
I'm pretty sure I kept going even after I fell asleep.
Exactly. And then you woke up the next day, and what did you do?
I got right back on it.
Got right back on that fucking computer. Why? Because it made you happy.
Exactly.
Because you were engulfed in this thing. And so now here you are several months after making that purchase, that very large purchase. And for anybody listening, I mean, buying a computer that can actually like run video games and play them smoothly and not cause many problems or lag or anything like that,
especially newer video games,
expensive. Yeah, it's very expensive, and it's quite the investment, and it's an investment that is worthwhile, especially if you find enjoyment in the thing. I love playing video games on my computer. It's one of the most enjoyable things that I do in my daily life, but it is very expensive, and I've spent a lot of money, like upgrading my, computer that I built back in 2015 just to kind of keep it up to date. But with that, initial purchase, you find all this enjoyment and this happiness in that, and then that you ride that wave. But here you are a few months later, like, yeah,
Actually, I
you
think
still
I
hop
bought
on
it like
it.
a year ago now.
Yeah. And so a year later, you still hop on it. You still play video games, but you're not losing sleep over it anymore.
No. I actually can't play it now because I didn't bring it with me to Winnipeg. So, and now I'm gonna have a job.
Little
where
different
I'm on
circumstance.
call.
Little different circumstance. But still, just fucking buy Counter-Strike. That game will run on a fucking potato.
I did buy it actually.
Dude, start playing that. I'll play with you. I love Counter-Strike.
Now I'm gonna have a career where I'm on call 24/7, doing lots of hard work, 10 to 12 hour days, where I probably won't have any time at all to be on my $1,400 gaming PC. So.
Yeah, you don't have to wait until like fucking Christmas each year.
I don't even get Christmas off, dude. It's really 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, on call.
On call, though. I mean, you could.
Right.
Not necessarily there.
No, but like I say, like 2 in the morning, I get a phone call. 4 in the morning, I'm on a train. Then when I'm done, then I'll probably nap, and then whatever happens after that. So I can probably sneak in a few hours, but like I definitely won't have.
I also remember. Like I said, I was just listening to December's episode earlier today. I also remember you talking about making buku bucks, pal. That comes with buku bucks.
Oh yeah, that big money.
Yeah, that big money. Yeah, that comes with it. See, I work Monday through Friday.
Wait, what?
I work Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. until 4. Outside of those hours, it's not my fucking job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. As bad as that sounds, I love my job and I care about every aspect of my job because I care about all the people that I work with every day. But outside of those hours, I don't get paid. I don't fucking care. It's not my fucking problem. Come 4:31 on a Tuesday afternoon, not my problem anymore. Because they don't want to pay me anymore after 4:30.
Right.
So that comes with, I mean, like, I get paid way less than what you're going to be making on these trains. However, I also get that, like, luxury, I'll call it, in a sense of I get to come home and I get to chill and I get to, have a couple beers or have a drink without having to worry about being called back into work or, play video games or fucking beat my meat or whatever I want to do, right? And I don't have to be interrupted. So it's just, I mean, it's that give and take of, what do you feel with what brings your happiness to you? And I think that's something that we as humans fall so far from. We chase and chase and chase this desired outcome that,
Yeah. I mean,
9 times out of 10 is unattainable.
All of us want to be happy, but
absolutely.
Some of us
I think that everybody in the world should be happy. Everybody in the world should have that opportunity to be happy. But I think that people chase the wrong happiness triggers.
Right.
Their life. They go above and beyond of what they actually need or want in their terms of happiness. They're thinking that, well, happiness is only going to come if I'm making 6 figures and I live in a big mansion and I drive a Mercedes Benz and I've got 2 dogs and 1 kid and the kid is the exact gender that I want the kid to be and the kid doesn't shoot itself after it's 6 months and that kid is also a fucking prodigy pianist that is gonna make me another fucking $1 million by the time it turns 5 years. Like there's no.
Well, I absolutely hate kids, so we can just cut that part of the equation.
No comment on, dude. No, it really is ridiculous though. I mean, just how far people want to go every day with their, desires. And I wish nothing but happiness to everybody that I interact with every day. But sometimes people are just too much. It's crazy. Especially the drug addicts, man.
Mm-hmm.
Speak to a lot of drug addicts every day.
bringing this conversation full circle.
Yeah.
Well, half circle. Full circle would be like going back to UN numbers.
Full circle would be talking about how the drug addicts are getting abortions tomorrow. But
yeah,
talk about that. Their kids already died from miscarried, but whatever. I'm sorry, all listeners out there. Okay, so I've got a couple headlines too, real quick, because I want to talk about this, and we're gonna, go back onto a little bit of structure here, if that's what you're into.
Structure on this podcast? That's a good joke.
On Topicless, not a fucking chance. Yeah, I better come back next month. I'm pissed if I don't. Alright, so I told you I'm gonna start with one other, which we already kind of talked about this one before we hit the record button, but I want to bring it up for the listeners, and we're gonna kind of date the podcast a little bit, and you'll be able to tell how long it took Mr. D to edit this, but
should be up. What's today's the 2nd? Should be up in 3 days.
Today's February 2nd. This article is published today. Source is Fox News. Sorry for anybody that hates Fox News, but that's what I clicked
They're
on.
all the same. People who bitch about CNN
Yep.
being like fake news, Fox News is no different. They just talk about different stuff.
Yeah. So this one, we talked about this one earlier, but I want to this to the masses real quick, in case anyone missed this. TSA officer dies at Orlando airport after jumping from hotel into atrium. All flights briefly halted. Like, what's the motive here?
Did he think he could fly, or like, he saw one of those planes? He's like, I want to do that.
I believe I could touch. No, actually, speaking of fucking R. Kelly, did you fucking hear that? Have you seen any of his fucking the documentary shit that's been going on about that dude?
No.
About like how it's basically known that like he was fucking like teenagers and shit, like pissing on everybody. I don't know all the story, so I'm not gonna try and like talk about that. But like, yeah, he's basically a fucking child molester. We should probably stop.
I mean, what famous person isn't nowadays? Exactly.
Steve Carell.
Okay. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track.
What are the famous? Jake Gyllenhaal. He's pretty clean. He's not fucking kids or anything. I like Jake Gyllenhaal. Who else have I been watching? Joe Rogan. He's not fucking kids. He's famous. He's famous as fuck. I love Joe Rogan.
Me in 10 years, I'll be famous as fuck, not touching any kids.
If you famous as fuck in 10 years, you better take me with you.
I'll remember you when I'm famous.
Definitely don't touch kids. For the, listeners out there, it's definitely not happening. I promise you.
No. I hate kids too much to go even close enough to them to do that sort of thing. That's
fucked up too. Okay, so we did not talk about this headline. Anybody with the TSA stuff, we might follow up with it in a later episode. Anybody, just to throw this out there for you real quick, Devin, if you or someone you know is feeling suicidal, you can get help by contacting the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at this is a U.S. number, 1-800-273-8255. It's a great resource. Seriously, call it. You're having dark thoughts, you're having dark memories, whatever. If you're feeling down and you need to talk to somebody about what's going on in life, what's going on in your world, please reach out to them. They can hook you up with the help you need, and it's a fantastic lifeline that I would recommend it to anybody that's going through some struggle right now. So on a softer note, that's not as funny or anything, totally serious here, give that phone call a shout out, and that number again was 1-800-273-8255. So
right.
If you're going through some shit, go ahead, give them a call, and somebody will be there to talk to you.
And I guess since we're on that, the Canadian one, You can go to their website, crisisservicescanada.ca, or there's a toll-free phone number, 1-833-456-4566. So if you've got anything at all, just please do yourself a favor, hit up that number and talk to somebody.
Absolutely. Call them.
There are
I promise
many
you,
situations.
anybody out there that's feeling down, I promise you somebody in this world loves you enough that they don't want to miss you.
Exactly.
Get a hold of one of those resources. While even if you feel so alone that you get somebody with you to get a hold of one of those resources and fucking talk to somebody.
Yeah. There are too many situations where like something could have been done to prevent that.
Absolutely. So, terrible fucking transition, but I wanna segue this into probably
Back
one
to
of
jokes.
the greatest headlines I read today. Greatest headlines. Real quick, back to our previous segment. Any of you that are feeling the need to, reach out to one of those phone numbers that we gave you, please pause the video, talk to whoever you need to speak to. Please come back afterwards though, because we want to lighten up your day a little bit. So
yeah, or you can talk to us. I'm sure we'll be great.
Yeah, shoot me a DM. My DMs are open.
Slide into those DMs, you heard?
Yeah, just don't tell the wife. Headline, great fucking headline. Okay, so I'm a big golf fan. Love golf. I golfed in high school. I'm not very good. I'm not a good golfer. I enjoy it. I enjoy golfing. My brother and we play together. I have friends that play golf. We enjoy our weekends on the golf course normally, and when the weather's nice. I see this headline posted on Fox News. It was posted about 8 hours ago, so that would have been about 4 p.m. on February 2nd. President Trump golfs with greats Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus at his Florida club.
Damn.
Two of the greatest, if not two of the greatest ever golfers, which I think anybody, if you want to put Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods in the same conversation at all, like they're going to be in the conversation of greatest golfers ever to exist in the history of fucking ever. So now here we have President Trump. President Trump said he had a great morning golfing with bros Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods Saturday at his private golf club. At his private golf club in Florida. Trump arrived at Trump National Golf Club in Juniper, Florida on Saturday morning after escaping the cold and snow in Washington, D.C. a day earlier. Trump tweeted a photo of him and the two golf greats smiling on the green. Fucking fantastic photo, really. I mean, I'm gonna link this in chat real quick, Devin. I mean, this is a good photo here. I think you can really appreciate this. This is a fantastic photo.
I could probably save it and then just edit it.
It's a wonderful photo. Great photo. They look great. Mr. Nicholas he's looking a little aged, but he's still smiling. He's having a good time. Tiger, the fucking goat. Sorry, Mr. Nicholas, but Tiger's way better than you. I love you, but like Tiger's way better. Here's another quote by our commander-in-chief here in the United States. Great morning at Trump National Golf Club in Juniper, Florida with Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. That's what he wrote on his Twitter. That's the tweet. That was the tweet. Oh, he added both of them too? Oh, dude, Jack Nicklaus got a Twitter? God damn, does this dude even know how to use a computer? God damn.
Is he like fucking 90 or something?
Dude, he's gotta be. Hang on, I gotta look that shit up now.
Hitting up Google now. I just can't go to the fact that he called them bros.
He didn't call them bros. Did I say bros?
You said
no,
bros.
He didn't say bros.
You didn't say bros? Oh, that's so
pros.
Disappointing.
Pros.
Oh, it sounded like bros.
Enough. No, pros. P-R-O-S. Great morning golfing with
now I feel like
pros.
an idiot for laughing at that.
Oh, Jack Nicholas is only fucking 79. He's still pretty old though. I mean, he was born during World War II. Born in 1940. That's pretty old, dude.
Damn.
If I make it to 79, like that's gonna be a fucking miracle.
If I make it to 79, I can safely say I win at life.
Like 79, that's like 14 years into retirement in the United States. Like
yeah, because your retirement's 65, right?
65, dude.
Yeah.
Which is kind of some bullshit, but like whatever.
I don't know exactly what retirement age is here, but with CN I can retire at 55 to get full pension.
55?
Yeah.
If I worked for the state for the rest of my life and I turned 55, I'll retire at full pension at 55. That would involve me staying with the same job for fucking 33 years. Which I don't know if I want to do that. Ooh, here's a good fucking article. Hang on. Here's a headline for you. Australian woman bitten by 5-foot snake while on the toilet.
Whoa. Is this in Australia?
Let's see. Australian woman received quite a shock Tuesday when she was sitting on the toilet and felt some pain, which turned out to be a snake bite. Helen Richards, 59 years old, was at a relative's home in Brisbane. Brisbane, I'm assuming that's a Australian city, when she was bitten by the 5-foot carpet python. Holy shit.
Jesus.
Richards detailed the incident after feeling a sharp tap. What?
If you ever wanted a reason to not use your toilet...
Here's a fucking quote. I jumped up with my pants down and turned around to see what looked like a long-necked turtle receding back into the bowl. Oh my goodness. What in the world, dude? This is... Oh.
That must be in Australia. That just sounds like something that would happen
absolutely.
in Australia.
Look at this picture in chat real quick. Look at that shit. It's from the toilet.
Ew!
Oh my god. The fact that she didn't piss on the snake is just crazy to me.
I would never go near a toilet again if I saw that.
Jasmine Zellini, a handler of snakes, I presume, was able to remove the snake from the toilet. She said it's common to find the reptiles in the toilet when the weather is hot. Southeast Australia is currently undergoing severe heat wave conditions. Oh my fucking god. That's like the shit where you hear like, yeah, I have to flush the toilet before I go to the bathroom because there might be a spider in the rim. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Oh my god, dude. I'd flip shit.
I don't think flushing is going to help getting rid of a snake very much.
No, probably not. Sorry, did I just burp into the mic?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, good. Well,
Your
I just
secret's
outed
safe with
myself,
me.
so. Oh, Jesus. Let's see, any other fun headline? Oh, this is a good one. Oh, I didn't mention this one. We talked about it before the podcast. We're going to talk about it again real quick. Excuse me. Meth and marijuana worth $2 million US dollars seized in Arizona. Drug bust.
Oh yeah, you showed me this. Was that the one with like a fucking...
This is the one, yeah, the bricks on bricks on bricks of fucking pot and shit. Like, you should throw that picture up in the video as well. Like, just look at how much weed and drug, like...
You could literally make a house out of that.
Oh yeah, dude, that's like Minecraft home right there. Like,
yeah.
That's like first night Minecraft right there.
Like if this was like hardcore Three Little Pigs, that would be the third house.
We're gonna get through the fucking night with the amount of bricks that we got here. Let's see if there's any good quotes here. Okay, so the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in Arizona tweeted out after finding this bust. They go, Ever wonder what $2 million in methamphetamine and marijuana looks like? MCSO detectives intercepted 2 trucks carrying these drugs bound for our streets. Working with CBP agents, they seized 220 pounds of methamphetamine and 3,500 pounds of marijuana and caught 3 suspects after they fled the vehicles. Sheriff Penzone, quote, "This seizure is an example of exponential police work by our deputies and law enforcement partners. It is also an example that the demand for drugs continues to be epidemic. Illicit drugs are the most impactful contributor to violence, crime, and gang activity that continues to adversely impact our community and our families. We will be unwavering in our commitment to hold the line." Unquote. The operation was part of the Maricopa County Drug Suppression Task Force, a collaboration between area agencies. Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna fucking, dissect this quote real quick. Illicit drugs are the most impactful contributor to violence, crime, and gang activity that continues to adversely impact our community and our families. We're talking about 3,000 pounds of marijuana. The only violence I see coming out of 3,000 pounds of marijuana is like, who the fuck's gonna get the Doritos that are left in the kitchen? Like, we're gonna have 2 dudes and maybe even a female in there bitching about, like, you took the last Oreo and I'm really fucking pissed because I was hungry and wanted that goddamn Oreo. Now, the meth, on the other hand, I get it. But, like, we're talking about, I mean, what is 220 pounds to 3,500 pounds? Like, what's that? Hang on, let me do this math real quick. Where's my calculator at? 220, what is that, divided by 3,500? We're talking about 6%. 6% of that is methamphetamine to marijuana that they found.
Wow.
That's what they should be fucking, like, worried about. That's what they should be cracking down on. Which they did, obviously, because they made 3 arrests. They found 3 suspects that were, there, present. But 94% of their drug bust was marijuana. Let me remind you that marijuana is 100% legal recreationally in Colorado, which is literally a state over from Arizona.
That is, yeah.
Fucking crazy, is it not? It's a waste of our fucking time. But here we are, we're posing and fucking having a good jolly time about making this picture, which I hope you throw in the goddamn fucking video podcast, about how much, because this is a shit ton of pot. And it is. I will vouch for whether you're a pro potter or not. That's a lot of pot.
Oh yeah.
But
That'll keep it going for a while.
are less than 1,000 miles away. Not even close to 1,000 miles even. I don't know how far fucking Arizona is from Colorado, but I'm sure it's not very far. I don't think fucking, and my geography skills aren't that great, but I'm pretty sure the state in between the two of them, and I'm probably way fucking wrong, but I'm gonna fucking zoom out. Wait, hang on.
Bring up the Google.
No, Arizona and Colorado literally share a corner. Like, we're talking about bordering states, and we're talking about 3,500 pounds of marijuana. Bordering states at a corner.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of this in Arizona, this is felony territory. This is 20 years in prison. 25. This is life in prison for this 3,000 pounds of pot. Life in prison. These people are going to have to spend their entire lives in prison. Whereas if they were a corner away in Colorado, they wouldn't have even fucking been pulled over. Nothing.
Yep.
They have pot in their car. You know how fucking crazy that is?
That's yeah. That picture is fucking. That's just.
Yeah, it's a lot of pot.
Yeah.
But we're talking about how they are bordering states in the United States of America. these are. I mean, I'm sure that there are people that live in the state of Arizona and work in the state of Colorado. I'm sure
Oh,
of it.
I'm sure.
So you're telling me that like they could go and work in Colorado and smoke a spliff and go home and be cool, but like they couldn't smoke that spliff in Arizona.
No.
Or I'm sure there's people that, live in fucking Colorado but work in Arizona, and they go home each night, and instead of having a couple beers, they're going home and smoking a fucking blunt.
And like
Because
you
that's how
can't
fucking
carry
that's
it
how close they
across
are.
state lines either. Even if it's illegal in one state, you can't bring it over to the
No,
other state.
I understand that. But yeah, because that still goes into that whole trafficking, smuggling aspect of the shit.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that here they are in the state of Arizona, and we are just a few hundred miles from another territory, in a sense. I mean, it's a state, it's a mass land. We'll call it a territory that this substance is 100% legal. But now the state of Arizona is going to incriminate these 3 individuals for probably the rest of their fucking lives because they had a substance that is 100% legal in probably the state that they were fucking traveling to.
Yep. That's just like, that's doesn't make sense to me. Why? It's legal one place but not legal in another place.
Welcome to American politics. 10th Amendment at its finest.
Just
I'll let you search. I'll let you search the 10th Amendment by yourself.
Make it legal across all the states, for fuck's sakes.
Yes. We, as a nation, the United States of America, we would probably cut down on crime by like 26% if we legalize marijuana. Like, it wouldn't even be like a question. We incriminate so many people because of marijuana each year. We are flooding not only our like prison, but just our overall like prosecution process. We are so like backed up with our like incriminating process of trying people because of drug related issues every single year. So all that does is really make it relevant for local prosecutors to like ensure plea deals for actual fucking criminals, because we have so many quote unquote criminals because of drug related offenses that all of our actual criminals, like robbers, thieves, murderers, fucking child molesters, whatever, that we just throw plea deals at fucking everybody because we have such an influx of criminals that we just need to get out of our fucking criminal justice system as a whole. And so our prosecutors throw plea deals at fucking everybody, whether that be drug offenders, child rapists, murderers, thieves, robbers, gunmen, whatever the fuck it may be. And then all those people receive plea deals when 90% of those people are drug related offenses that shouldn't be there in the first place. But then those actual criminals are the ones that are also receiving deals because our prosecutor's office is trying to just free up the fucking stand and free up their time and get people off and on and off of their system, that all those actual criminals, like the rapists, the murderers, the smugglers, the traffickers,
people who've done
thieves,
actual
fucking crimes, are, instead of catching 10, 15 years in prison, they're catching 3 to 7 on probation. Or I don't know the fucking version, but that's the shit that's going on, is that these actual criminals are walking amongst us, after no time at all. Or they're doing a year in prison, but then they've got 3 years of probation or parole, and it's just like,
is community service still a thing?
Yes. Yeah. Community service is a thing, but community service is normally implemented in terms of like an individual's probation or parole.
Right.
So, and community service is very relevant within the juvenile community in the United States. So, like a teenager that maybe like would steal like a a T-shirt or something from a store and get tried, maybe not tried as an adult, but tried as like a juvenile in the United States court system, they may get 40 hours of community service. So they have to go and work at an animal shelter, or pick up garbage on the street or something, bullshit, whatever, for a work week worth of time. So, community service is great, and I think it's good for kids. Community service is great for kids. I think for adults, community service is a bunch of fucking shit. And I only say that because community service doesn't mean anything to an adult offender, because all we're really doing is, so when we implement community service regulations onto adult offenders, is we're forcing adults who are more than likely already working an actual paying wage job into working an additional second job to pay their way through their incriminating sentence. In other words, potentially presenting external stress onto them because they are currently working that original wage paying job, and then having to go after that job and working another 4 to 8 hours of community service for X amount of days a week, adding potentially an additional 8 to 16 hours of community service work each week for maybe about 12 weeks, because the common community service time frame is much more than just a 40-hour week. You're normally towards like 200 to 400 hours of community service every week, or not week, but like for long-term like community service sentence, quote unquote. So then all you're really doing is creating all this extra strain onto an individual, whereas otherwise, if they would have just spent 30 days in jail, they would have gotten that shit over with way faster if they would have taken this community service plea deal and been like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my community service done for 4 hours a week for the next 6 months. But then if they miss one of those community service days, then they violate their probation or parole, and then they're thrown in jail otherwise. So it's that like checks and balance system of and why are we really doing this? It's a lot of things like something that's very common in the United States is release programs, where individuals who have been serving time in jail is different than prisons in the United States, and I would imagine that it's probably pretty similar in Canada. Yeah.
I have no clue.
So jail in the United States is typically 1 year or less of time served. Prisons are where people go to prison when they have to serve a year and a day or more.
Right.
So
yeah, that's sort of like similar deal here. Jail's kind of like that thing where like you're drunk or someone, or someone accused
you get into a fight. You get into a fight at the bar, and you got to serve 30 days for assault or some shit.
Honestly, not even that. I've like most cases at least around where I grew up, if you got in a fight with somebody, you were drunk, it was like maybe 2-3 days in jail. Right. And like the officers usually know the guy by name. They just pick him up, put him in jail for a few days, let him out again.
Right. So, what was I saying? Fucking the discrepancies between jail and prison, we're talking about just time frames. And so, with that, when we talk about like work release, quote unquote, is when an individual has been in jail for X amount of days, weeks, months, or whatever. We take that same person and then we implement them, or we try and implement them back into the workforce of the community. So the work release program helps that previous incarcerated individual back into the workforce, by helping them get a job at local factories or food joints, any place that would really hire a ex-con, because they are convicts of one sense or another, and so their job pool is quite limited to a sense. And so these work release programs, which are still connected to the jails, county jails, state jails, whatever, they help these inmates get jobs. Those inmates then have a sense of freedom by being allowed to get out of that norm of jail life and being confined to a space for 24 hours a day, and then go to work again, and they can kind of do their own thing, and they get out passes and whatever. It's kind of like I don't know. I don't want to say summer camp, but like it's like you're at a boarding school. You get a weekend pass or the day, or like you can go do your thing, and on Sundays you can kind of like get a little more freedom, as long as like your pass keeps going on and on and on, and get a few more hours to yourself. You can go see your family, whatever. And so it's kind of like you're still in jail type thing, but you can you get a little bit of freedom here. Like, you still have to come back to jail and you got to sleep at the jail, but like you could go fuck some sleuths and do your thing for a little bit and come back and take a drug test, and we'll see what goes on. And so I think the problem with that is that that shouldn't happen at all. Like,
just shouldn't get that day or two to roam around.
No. And I'll explain why. So, from my experience, through my career, I have noticed that individuals who are afforded that luxury of work release are typically drug offenders, which, as we mentioned before, I'm not gonna lose sleep for drug offenses, whatever. However, they are serving their time per drug offenses. So when they are afforded these opportunities to become a part of work release programs, they are also afforded the opportunity to get out of their daily norms, their daily constrictions, and they can go do fucking drugs again.
Yeah.
And guess what happens when they are afforded that opportunity?
They just get that mindset where, like, well, what's another few days in jail? They'll just give me another free day off.
So they go do more fucking drugs. And so when they go do more fucking drugs, nobody finds out about it, because work release programs don't drug test every single fucking day. And not only do they not drug test every day, inmates know when they're going to be drug tested. So guess what? They know that their fucking drugs are not going to show up on a goddamn fucking drug test. So, like, these people are not dumb. They're super smart.
Mm-hmm.
Criminals are some of the smart I've ever been afforded the opportunity to work. Criminals are so smart. And anybody that wants to disagree with me can go fuck themselves. Because I promise you that if you actually had a conversation with a reoffending criminal, and you just like let them absolutely blow your fucking mind for like 3 hours, like you wouldn't even understand the things that they are capable of thinking of, or actually capable of doing, because they are just so intelligent in their own right that everything that they can pretty much say is just like, holy shit, I've never even thought of that in my entire existence.
Right.
Of just their way that they try and counteract all societal norms.
Like, you listen to the people that think they know these cheeky ways to get around the law enforcement. Like, you have no idea. You are an amateur compared to the people that have been doing it for years.
Oh, absolutely. And it's I mean, in a sense, disgusting just to think that, like, to think that somebody who just has, questionable morals in that sense is just, in all, just blowing you away in your ability to, think productively, I guess is maybe the best way to put that. I mean, somebody that just goes every day and just thinks like, yeah, I might fuck some people over today, I might not, but then they do it, and you're like, how in the fuck did I fall for that again and again and again? But they just do it, and they don't stop. And it's crazy because and these people are you can call them degenerates, you can call them fucking hosers or whatever. I mean, it's just, but they're human beings, and they know exactly what they're doing. If criminals put their mind to something productive as much as they did put their mind towards something like in the criminal sense, this entire fucking world would probably be ran by crooks and criminals.
Even, and this falls back to the education
even when you think
thing.
about it, sorry to go off, my man, but even when you think about it, like, this whole world is mostly ran by crooks and criminals anyways, but like actual crooks and criminals, not just like they're
The
money
smart crooks
laundering
and
and like,
criminals.
yeah, the smart ones, not the motherfuckers that want to call themselves Native Americans or like homosexuals or anything that could just get votes, but the smart ones like do meth and whatever.
And like I was saying before you cut me off, is it falls back to that education thing. If you just, as much as they did a bad thing, as much as they, I don't know, robbed a convenience store or stole a car or something just dumb like that, did some drugs or whatever, just, you can give them some education, tell them what's what. If you keep doing this, it's going to go worse for you, but if you do this, you can better your life. Give them the opportunity to improve their life, and it would be so much better for everyone involved.
Everyone. But the problem here, the financial aspect of it all. When was the last time? Yes. When was the last time that a criminal was like not in anything for the financial gain of it? And even in the drug trade of it, even when you just think about like the short term, like, he's a drug user, he's using drugs. Okay, well, that drug user probably started off with oxycodone or Oxycontin, opiate pain relievers that he got from CVS. So then his prescription ran out. He couldn't afford the $20, $30, $40 prescription anymore of the Oxycontin. So then he went to heroin real quick. Went to that heroin, it was $10 a bump. $5 a bump, whatever. I don't know how much heroin goes for on the floor, but
I'd be concerned if you did.
I have a good understanding of, I could probably afford a heroin addiction, but I don't do it. But it's
hopefully your boss isn't listening to this.
I hope not. I'm gonna get fucking random drugs so much, dude. I don't do drugs. Anybody who's listening to the show, I just drink beer, and whiskey, a lot of whiskey. But so then you think, okay, well, now he's done, heroin, and then that heroin isn't cutting anymore. The heroin's getting too expensive. So then you start to ask his dealer for heroin that's cut with fentanyl. Which fentanyl is like 10 times, 100 times more potent.
Fentanyl is a real epidemic in like the small communities around here.
Yes. Fentanyl literally is a derivative of heroin. It's just another opiate. It's literally just another fucking subclass of an opioid. I mean, they're the comparison pictures, and I'm gonna fucking link another one in chat for you to fucking throw onto the video. Heroin versus no. Okay. I don't know how to spell, sorry.
Pretty sure there's a Y in there somewhere.
No, well, this is a fucking great fucking picture that I want you to throw into the goddamn video, because look at this. I mean, absolutely, like, look in the chat real quick. So on the left, it's a small image, but you can you can get the picture of it and zoom in if you need to. On the left, you see a lethal dose of heroin. On the right, you see a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Don't even
You
see
can
anything.
exactly in this picture, which is very small, and like I said, zoom in if you need to. On the left, you see a sizable amount of heroin. That's a good line or two. I mean, that's a lot of heroin. On the right, it's literally specks of nothing. I mean, it's absolutely nothing. And I'll here I see another one here that I'll copy as well into chat, which is another good representation of just lethality of what fentanyl really is. And this one might be a little better for showing on screen. I would still probably throw up both of them, but it just shows that, like, as far as the discrepancy between heroin and fentanyl, I mean, fentanyl is crazy amounts. And during my training that I received for my job, we're literally told that if we're in like a home of any home, whether there's drug use in the home or not, like if we see dust on like anything, like a kitchen counter, Xbox entertainment center, bedroom dresser, I mean, we're literally not even supposed to like wipe dust off of a countertop because of the concern that it may be fentanyl. Because the skin exposure for an individual that does not use opiates, if like you or I, and I'm just assuming that you don't use opiates because it's probably a pretty safe assumption, exactly. If you or I were to even like just come in contact with fentanyl, we could overdose and we could die because we do not use opiates.
Right.
So if we were to see, this dust brushed upon like a surface of some kind, and we were to, brush it off and touch it and whatever and like get it off the fucking Xbox or TV screen or something, then, we could literally OD and die. Like the crazy just difference between the two substances, which, chemically structured are fairly close in anatomy. It's just it's wild, absolutely wild.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's what people are putting in their bodies.
I can't even count on both hands how many fentanyl overdoses there have been in the valley that I've grown up in.
Oh,
and
crazy.
being that they're small communities too, everybody knows everybody, and I guarantee you, if there's somebody that's overdosed on something, even if it's not fentanyl, you know somebody who knew them very well, and they're just it's just heartbreaking. Oh, I hear fire trucks. Must be another burst sprinkler outside. Anyway, literally every day there's been fucking fire trucks going to another building with sprinklers broken. But yeah, it's yeah.
No, the crazy thing. I mean, drugs are just so fucking crazy to me. I mean, it just like the chemical structure. I was watching this documentary. It was about a month ago, probably. It was about what was it called? Flocka. It's about Flocka, which was just it was a derivative of bath salts. Very popular, like in the Florida area, South Florida mostly, and Florida's pretty fucking wild to begin with. We don't kind of wish that we could like secede states out of our nation because we could probably get rid of Florida and just go down to 49, but Flocka was really just, so they were talking about how bath salts, and I can't remember like the chemical compound structure of it all, what it was called or anything, but they were talking about how bath salts was like a certain chemical component, which I'm not a scientist, so you can look it all up yourself, but it was like one thing, and then that was being manufactured in China, like 100% legal, 100% fine. It was being shipped over to the United States, completely legal, no problems, whatever. And then obviously people started using, bath salts. They were smoking it, snorting it, inhaling it, whatever. And then all this legislation shut down, and they were like, all right, well, bath salts is fucking illegal. So then all these Chinese manufacturers of these research chemicals were like, okay, well, we're gonna change some shit real quick, and we're gonna make something else. So then they took that common compound of bath salts and they turn it into flocka, and it's literally, if you look at like the chemical compound of it, it is just like one strand different, and like it's the complete same like compound of bath salts, and there's just like one little like difference in like the structure of the chemical that flocka is. And flocka is just like completely fucking 10 times worse than what bath salts was. I mean, people are like eating each other's faces off about this shit, and just, I mean, it's wild of what like people are doing like on these drugs. And so I'm watching this documentary, and this journalist is, you know, interviewing these people about using flocka and what the drug consists of and all that. And we're like, this journalist is just sitting there in the room, and he's just like inhaling all this smoke from this drug, and I'm like, how in the fuck is this guy just not high as a motherfucking kite right now while he is sitting 4 feet away from this chick who's smoking some fucking flocka? And I couldn't believe like what, you know, he was just sitting there, he was having a great time. And he was just like questioning her, like, well, how often do you use? What does it feel like? Like, no, dude, like, you are inches away from her fucking nose while she is inhaling this fucking chemical compound that was created in fucking Shanghai, China. And you're just totally cool with the fact that she's getting fucking blitzed out of her goddamn mind. Like, it was wild to me. And so then that brings me to my other thought of, like, how do these journalists do it? Have you ever thought about that? Like, you ever watched like Viceland or like Drug Inc. or like any of those shows where like all these journalists are just like, so they're consumed, or not consumed, consumed in the right, but they're exposed to all these different drugs, and it's like, how
it amazes me with some of those shows, because like,
oh yeah,
there's so much that they see and they like get.
yes,
There's so much they know, and they just do nothing but observe.
oh yeah,
Like, there are some situations where I'm like, surely somebody reported that. I'm like,
yes, nope. No, none of them do. None of them.
It's fascinating to me.
Oh, it's absolutely fascinating, and it fucking blows my mind.
Indeed.
Okay, that was a good pause. We're gonna cut right there. Make a timestamp. I have to piss really fucking bad.
We're nearing like fucking 3 hours, dude.
Okay, we can wrap it up here. I just have to piss.
All right.
But like, let me piss before we wrap it
We'll
up.
do a quick cut.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Like, I gotta piss really. We're back.
And we're back. That was a good pee break.
Sorry, everybody. Had to take a break. These IPs
I'm trying
go
to
for
find
me.
my own news to share, but it's either just boring political crap or it's something about a shooting in Surrey, BC. Surrey is like our
Surrey
our
or
problem.
Syria?
Surrey. Surrey. It's like our one problem city that just every day someone's.
Oh, so it's
dead
like
or dying.
Chicago.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's fair.
It's the Chicago of Canada.
Chicago, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking awful. How can you be so pissed off in a place that allows you to... Speaking of, real quick, before we... I know you're trying to wrap, but no, like, fucking hour. Real quick. Okay, how has the dispensary game been in Canada? Like, have they been popping up like fucking, you know, Altoids, or is it just, you know, is it slow coming?
Dispensary.
Yeah, like a marijuana dispenser, like a liquor store for weed.
Oh,
Okay. That's what they're called in the U.
Right.
I would just imagine that was like a universal term. I don't really know. We don't have any in the Midwest. Nobody in the Midwest has a lot of
dispensary,
marijuana.
and there are like fucking 80 locations here in Winnipeg alone.
What the fuck, really?
Yeah, no, they are absolutely everywhere.
Wow, that's crazy.
I think like
Where
everyone
is...
like, as soon as Like the liberal government was like, we're gonna make weed legal. Like little shops just popped up everywhere, waiting to capitalize on it.
The fuck is Winnipeg at? Let's see here. I want to know where Winnipeg is. How far of a drive would this be for me? Let's see here.
Hey, remember when 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 37 seconds ago I was trying to explain what I had to do as a conductor, and then we just completely derailed?
Fuck, that is a fucking drive from me. God damn, this 15 fucking hours.
15 hours?
15 hours,
You
dude.
could do it in one trip.
Problem is, I'm not very... Like, you're really close to the fucking Canadian, but I'm not. That's the problem. Like, it's not that, like, you're far into Canada, because you're just not, but, like, I'm...
That's the thing, like, 90% of the Canadian population is within, like, 100
Yeah, like,
miles
you're
of the
close to
border.
the border, yeah, like... You're not close to the border, but I mean, like, the furthest that you're probably get is, like... Fin Flon.
Mm-hmm.
Canada's fucking ginormous.
It is, and there's so much of it is populated by nothing but, like, nothing.
Yeah. It's like the fucking... It's like the north... It's like the mid-northern fucking mountain range. Like, it's like Montana, Idaho, Wyoming,
Mm-hmm.
like North Dakota. Like, nothing's in those fucking states. Except, like, potatoes and fucking cowboys. 15 and a half hours, according to this. Or well, that's one route. 14 hours, 50 minutes from another route. 15 hours. I don't know if 15 hours is worth it. I also, I don't have a passport, so that would be another 600.
Hey, neither do I.
Passports are fucking expensive, dude.
And there's so much shit you have to go through to get them done, too.
Yeah, dude. Actually, state of fucking Indiana just did. I have to go in before like 2000 into the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and like get like a special ID made for me, or else I can't get on like a commercial airplane flight.
Huh.
Yeah, like there's like a special like sigil, like a, I don't know, like a gold check mark or some shit that like signifies like, oh yeah, this dude can get onto a fucking airplane. Basically saying like, I'm not a fucking terrorist or some shit. Like, you know how fucked up that is?
That's just, yeah. God, if only 9/11 didn't happen.
Dude, you know what? A fucking man, dude. That's weird. Well, that's what blows my mind is like the world went on every day without TSA, without all this. I mean, like, what? I'm obviously like 9/11. You know, whether it be, you know, a governmental, you know, setup or an actual terrorist attack. Like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit what viewpoint anybody walks from it. But why was that like the overwhelming, like, here we have to go,
honestly, I don't
and
know.
now we have to start like doing all this extra security shit that like we're doing now.
And like, if you think about it, the only reason it was even like as partially successful as it was, considering only 3 out of the 4 planes made their target, but even as successful as it was, a lot of coincidences had to take place for that to occur.
Like what?
Well, there was, from the story that I read about it, which, depending on whatever your beliefs are, could be wrong, but the story that I read was that there was
No, go ahead with
whatever
your stories.
government
Early
agency or whatever that you deploy to spy on people, I don't know what it's called,
NSA.
probably the NSA,
Okay.
were already aware.
You mean okay? The National Security Agency, is I believe what NSA stands for, was essentially derailed after Edward Snowden, which was in like 2010.
Right.
But go ahead and wrap that back to 9/11 TSA.
But like,
Kind of confused. That's all I'm saying. I'm
well,
kind of confused.
it's been a
where
long
you're
time since I've listened to this story, so it could be
No,
I
you're
could
good.
be
You're
making
good.
shit
I
up.
just-
But
No, go ahead. Just try and explain. I'm just kind of confused. That's all. I'm not trying to like be a dick or anything. I'm just
So like
trying
that government thingy that you have to spy on people that are suspicious, whether they're in the country or not, already were aware of the potential suspects that were later to be found who have been involved in the 9/11 attacks, but they didn't tell anybody about it, and they didn't say to anyone that they were actually in the country, from what I understand from the story that I read. Whether or not that's true, I've got no idea. So I think like a lot of it was from a lack of communication with different people that could have prevented it from happening. I'd have to look into the story again, but I think that's
No,
what.
you're fine. I guess my confusion comes from you keep saying the word prevented, and I don't.
Prevented or
I guess
averted
maybe I just don't fully understand what you're trying to say, because I like I said earlier, I think we can both agree that what had happened was absolutely horrific.
Yes.
3,000 human beings were slaughtered in the burning of the Twin Towers and the Pentagon and
In a mix
Flight
of
91.
confusion and all that, right?
Mm-hmm. But you keep saying the word prevented, and I just don't. It may just be me. It may just be me. I'm not trying to say that you're not wrong in any way. Stretch of the imagination. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, what you're heading towards here. Like I said, you keep saying the word prevented, and I guess I'm just trying to figure out trying to relate that to like the high aboves, like in Washington maybe, because Washington D.C. is capital of the U.S.
Let's
Sorry,
see if I can find it.
sorry.
But like, from what I remember, there was I don't know, there was like an agency that knew about potential suspects that could have been planning a terrorist attack, but didn't make anybody aware that those individuals were in the United States at the time.
Okay, when you say that quote unquote agencies were planning a terrorist attack.
Not the agency, like the agency knew about potential terrorists, but didn't tell anyone. I guess they're trying to keep it under wraps.
So you say agent, like a U.S. agency?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to piece things together.
Piece together my madness.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong. Just trying to figure out like what you're saying here. Nobody's sure, and that's one of the biggest. And for my so I 9/11 saddens the fuck out of me. So when I was in high school, I got to visit New York City, and I actually got to walk upon the grounds of Ground Zero, where the Twin Towers had once stood. And to be completely honest with you, and quite emotional, it was one of the most breathtaking, just absolutely fucking devastating moments of my life.
Mm-hmm.
It was sad. It was emotional.
I'm obviously too young to have witnessed that, but
no. I mean, I was in high school. I was in high school when I stood the grounds, and so it was 2013. 2000. Yeah, it was spring of 2013 when I went to New York, and I walked the grounds of where the towers once stood. So you would have been like 13 years old or so, 12 or 13 years old at the time. I was only like fucking 16 years old maybe. I'm not much older than you, but that's not important. But this was after the fact, obviously. This was several years after the memorial was built. Like the 9/11 memorials, they had etched out like where the towers had stood, like by diameter. They put all the names of the victims who were in the towers, like in the memorial. And I went to the Ground Zero Memorial in New York City, when I was in high school, and it was absolutely just like, in a sense, it was kind of like, I'm trying to think of like the best word to describe it. It was very life came full circle at that moment that I was standing there, and I'm reading the hundreds on hundreds on hundreds of names of these individuals that perished in this attack. And I'm not gonna lie, I got very emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always considered myself very patriotic. I don't like the word nationalist because it does hold a very negative stigma in a sense of like being a nationalist, especially because I am a white individual, so like that whole, you know, that white nationalist quote unquote like is a very negative stigma, like, you know, oh, well, you're a white nationalist, you know, hate people. No, I love all people. I work with all people every day of my life, and I hate the term of and I know like now we're getting into like some like weird shit and could be considered like, you know, one-sided, but no, that's not who I am. I love everybody, and I know that sounds very like, you know, oh, stereotypical. Here's this white male who's talking about how he loves people. No, it's very like that's literally. I mean, I've when I was in high school at this time, to put into perspective, I was a left wing liberal in a sense of like being, you know, a young individual in the United States who when I was in high school, I considered myself very liberal in a sense. And even when I was in high school, I didn't feel the need, and I'll put this out there for the world to know, that just to go back to what we had talked about earlier, I didn't see, you know, the reason for anybody to own firearms in any aspect of the imagination. Whereas now, obviously, that viewpoint has changed, which I talked about earlier in the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
But like at that time, I you know, I'm standing there on this ground where 2 planes flew into these buildings and they killed thousands of people. And it was a very emotional time for me. And every year since then, since I walked that ground in New York City, I felt like I had, I hate to put it this way, but I think this is probably the best way that I can put it, is like I kind of had a out of body experience while I walked that ground, like of this memorial, you know, area. And, you know, here I am, I'm literally in public in one of the biggest cities in the United States, and I'm reading the names of people that I have no idea who they are. I don't know who they are. They did, you know, for their job. I don't know, you know, who their family was. But at that time, I don't think I've ever felt more, and you may not be able to relate to this because you're not an American, which that's not a problem, obviously, but like you may not be able to relate to it as much as I was able to relate to it. But I've never felt more American than walking that ground, and literally I was emotional. I mean, I was crying
right
as I was walking around this memorial for, you know, Ground Zero in New York City. And as I was walking this memorial setting, I mean, I was crying. I had all my peers around me. I mean, I was in New York because it was like a class trip for, I was in a show choir, like, you know, dance, you know, music choir at my high school, that we went to New York, and we did a lot of sightseeing, and we saw, and I mean, this was a very emotional time for me. And so I got the opportunity to to feel that firsthand of just being there. And in a sense, it's very eerie to say, I mean, like, to put it in just like kind of layman's terms of being there first person to just kind of walk this, 2-acre land of what happened 12 years prior. And it was just like it really was like an out of body experience to be there. I mean, to see all those names of people that I didn't know, but in a sense I felt that I was truly connected to them simply because I am a citizen of the nation that this horrific attack occurred to.
Right. It sounds like a cliche, cheesy thing to say, like you hear in those commercials. This is America. We're American.
Right.
But like it does genuinely happen. While I haven't had that experience, I'm sure that it's like something really emotional to feel to someone who born and raised in America, right?
And this next statement might sound kind of, like, oh well, you're fucking with me, you're bullshitting me, whatever. But like, it really is like the 9/11 memorial in New York City is something, and every year, when 9/11 comes around in September, it's something that I go onto Instagram and I post the same picture that I had posted when I was in high school, and I just try and remind everybody that, like, this happened, whether you want to believe that it was a terrorist attack in any sense of the imagination, or whether you believe that it was a governmental fucking ploy of, trying to get us in or out of fucking Iraq or Iran or fucking country we wanted to fucking yell at back in 2000. I was 5 years old when the terrorist attack happened on the Twin Towers in 2001. I was 5 years old. I didn't know what was happening. I mean, in an actual, sense of, understanding what was occurring. Like, I didn't understand it when I was 5 years. But here I am, go from 2001 to 2013. I mean, I understood by that point, like, this is fucked up. Regardless of which, whatever way you want to think about it. I mean, thousands of lives were lost because of the attacks.
Nearly 4, like, monuments, symbols of America were attacked. Two of them destroyed completely.
Mm-hmm. And it's crazy to think that, here we are now, 18 years later. And it's something that the United States stands behind. And not that, I mean, obviously, when 9/11 comes around now, it's a huge memorial.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be for the next several decades as time goes on. It will be thought of as this gigantic, memorial service to have to, honor and think of all of those American lives and even foreign lives that were lost. Mm-hmm. Because, and I don't know all the numbers, but I'm sure that there were foreign lives that were lost in the terrorist attacks, because the World Trade Center, both buildings, they housed individuals from companies all around the world, and predominantly United States companies were housed in those buildings. But it was, those were buildings that were, they were universal. They housed individuals that came from every creed and walk from life. Mm-hmm. That were attacked by someone, whether that be, who the blame was put on from, Iraq or whatever, and those walks of life that imposed that threat, with the airplane bombings and shit. But being there in person is one of those things that I every year when it comes around, I post that same thing. I took a picture of that memorial when I was there in person in 2013, and I post that same picture every year on Instagram. And I'm like, every American citizen needs to see this memorial right here, because these were innocent lives that had no affiliation with any side, any creed, any race, any fucking ideology, whatever you want to call it, and their lives were taken because someone or something just wanted to impose harm
Right.
onto the American soil.
It's sickening when you think of it that way.
Absolutely. And it was really sickening to me, because here I'm like I said, I was 15, 16 years old, and I'm walking this ground, and I'm like, buildings were burned to the ground
Mm-hmm.
on, September 11th, 2001. And the most we can do, because the only way that we can honor people that lost their lives that day is give them this grand memorial of, you're not forgotten. And it may seem weird or out of the ordinary to someone who isn't, in the United States, or even somebody that is in the States and wasn't necessarily like in that kind of area or in New York or whatever. But
I imagine it's like especially weird to those who were born on or after 9/11, who were never experienced it.
Right.
They
And
don't have
one of
that
the
same emotion.
Absolutely. Well, one of the craziest things that I think about now, I mean, here we are in 2019. We're coming up on the first graduating class of this generation that was not even born at the time of the 2001 terrorist attack on the United States Trade Centers
Yeah.
and Pentagon. Like, they were infants. They were maybe born. They may have not even been born when they graduate in, fucking May. I mean, because that graduating class in 2019 from high school, from their senior year of high school, I mean, they may have been born. They may have been fresh out the fucking womb. But
Might have been
come
conceived,
September,
like just
yeah.
as the buildings were falling down, so was their dad's heart on.
Yeah. I mean, trying to make light of that, I mean, it's fucked up. But like, that's truth. I mean, it's like, and I think that, if you take that kind of emotion, you take that kind of, like thought process to that, I mean, you should try and, think about that for a lot of other things.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, so think of, like the Columbine shooting. When was that? 1997? When was Columbine?
No clue.
1999. Columbine High School Massacre was in 1999. April 20th of 1999. You were not even born.
Nope.
When Columbine happened. But you know what Columbine is?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest, I mean, it was like the first instance of like school shootings. I mean, that was like the biggest like school shooting that had occurred like before your birth. I mean, that was like a huge deal. And I was only a few years old by the time that it happened. And obviously when I was 3 years old when the Columbine shooting happened, I didn't know what that shit, like, what it was. I didn't know what was going on, on April 20th, 1999. But, like, I was alive for it. But, like, I wasn't there to actually, like, be a part of, the conversation that sparked from it. I wasn't there to be a part of, like, the emotion that carried from the Columbine shooting. But here I am now in 2019, 20 years later. We're coming up on 20 years in 2 months and 17 days now, because it's February 3rd now, because it's 1 a.m. for me. It's 12:11 for you.
Yeah.
In 2 months and fucking 17 days, it will be the 20th anniversary of the Columbine High School massacre. And, like, that is absolutely wild to think of it in, like, those terms of just, like, this shit is happening. And not only are, school shootings, which think everything, whether you're a spiritual individual and you want God, that, like, school shootings have kind of, like, mellowed out a little bit, because, like,
it feels like, I'm sure, like, they still occur, but it feels like they've just kind of dropped out of the spotlight.
I mean, the biggest one in recent memory would have been the Florida one.
Yeah.
What was that? What county was that in Florida? Fucking, come on.
I don't know. I think I'm following one of the people from there on Twitter. I can't remember what it is.
Stoneman Douglas High School.
Right, that one.
2018. Yeah, Douglas High School. 2018, February 14th, 2018. I mean,
that's like
a year ago.
Yeah.
But, like, that was like the biggest one.
And it was in the news for a while, and now it's just kind of, like, not there anymore.
But, like, when you think school shooting, you don't think of that. You think of Columbine. Because that's, like,
if you don't think of Columbine, you think of Sandy Hook. That's like the biggest one in recent history.
And that was 2014.
Yeah.
So in the Stoneman Douglas one, there was 17 total deaths. So we'll go to Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook school shooting, there was 28 total deaths.
Yep. This is an elementary school as well.
Yeah. Elementary school.
Kids who
high school had 17, which was a year ago. But the one that you think of before is Sandy Hook, which had 28 students.
28 young students who, in their first, second, maybe third year of the school, just got new friends. They have their whole fucking lives ahead of them.
Lives, dude. But, like, that's I mean, it's terrible to think like that, but, like, 2012 to 2018, like, school shootings are not as relevant as mass media wants you to think they are.
Explain your stance here.
My stance is that, so let's take a step back to what we had talked about earlier in this podcast of the gun control complex that mass media wants everybody to hop on board with. Is, one of the biggest things, every time a mass shooting, and I hate to say mass shooting, because mass shootings have happened in between Sandy Hook and but the Douglas High School.
Yeah.
So mass shootings had occurred, but the mass shootings had occurred outside of that school, educational setting. They occurred, like, there was the Orlando nightclub shooting, there was the Las Vegas shooting.
Right.
So
and there are several that don't really get traction in the media.
There's the Virginia Tech shooting, which occurred in 2007, which was also a very big one. Virginia Tech being a very prominent United States university. You've got the Santa Fe high school shooting, which occurred in May of 2018, which had a total death of 10. There was 10 deaths in that shooting, which when you compare that to the Sandy Hook or the Stoneman, which is still less than, like, less deaths. I'm just talking deaths. I'm not like, obviously the school shooting aspect of it, like the shooting and the fatality aspect of it is that is a problem. That is a problem. Like, everybody can agree with that is a fucking problem. But as far
That's
as
what we agree on. It's
death,
how about solving it that seems to be the issue. That no one can
but
agree
how
on.
do you solve it? That's the other issue. Because taking away everybody's guns is not the way to solve it. But as far as US politics go, is that is the only solution that any politician wants to, like, shoot up out of the fucking ground and be like, oh, this we're gonna stop this shit. We're gonna take all guns away from everybody. No, that's not solving any problem. Like, taking guns away from everybody is not going to stop school shootings. Taking guns away from everybody is not going to stop violence in the United States. If taking shit away from people was going to be the end all be all of, like, solving problems in the United States or Canada or England or Israel or Iran or who else has been in the fucking news lately? Russia's been in the fucking news since 2016 when President Trump ran for fucking office because of all this Russian collusion that still hasn't fucking been proven anywhere, other than the fact that Russia contributed millions upon millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation, but they didn't contribute anything to the fucking President Trump campaign. Like, I mean, those are real things, but nobody wants to actually address those things because they don't confide to those real, like, political barriers that, you know, the mass media has been imposing onto people. And I'll actually, you know, just for your own, you know, personal gain here, I'm gonna send you a link in chat for a video that you should watch, which you don't have to watch it now, but I'm gonna tweet you a video that you should watch at a later date about why. It's a great video. It's pretty short about why the mass media loves mass shootings.
I think I've seen it. It sounds familiar.
It's by a creator. He is, and I'll disclaimer this to any viewers. The individual who's speaking on the video, he is a representative of the National Rifle Association, which anybody who doesn't know what the NRA is an American-based support group, or not support group's not the right word that I'm looking for, but advocacy group. The NRA is an advocacy group for the Second Amendment, and it's very pro-gun. But Coleon Noir is the name of the individual who talks about guns. He's very pro-gun. He is a representative of the National, and he has this video about why the mass media absolutely loves mass shootings, and it's absolute, like, it's spot on to a T about just why the mass media loves mass shootings, because of the ratings that mass shootings bring to all of these news outlets. Every time that a mass shooting occurs, and thank, you know, the God or whatever the fuck's above us, that we have not, you know, withstood a mass shooting, you know, several months now, which may not seem like a long time, but there was a time in United States media that, you know, it seemed like we were getting a mass shooting like every week. I mean, it was a very, like, fucking topic in politics and in media. That, like, this video is spot on with and anybody that wants to watch this video, that's Coleon Noir, his name's spelled Colion space Noir, Coleon Noir. He is a representative of the National Rifle Association. He has, like, subsection videos on like the quote unquote NRA TV. But he does talk about a lot of. I mean, he talks about guns. I mean, that's what he talks about. He's a spokesperson for gun rights in America, and he talks about the quote unquote agenda of firearms in the United States, especially with dealing with like the National Rifle Association. But he has a video on YouTube. It's called "The Media Loves Mass Shooting," and it's a great video. He makes solid points throughout the entire video, just simply about the fact that the media loves mass shootings because they boil people's blood. Mm-hmm. And anybody that's on the fence about, oh well, people shouldn't have guns because XYZ, he's trying to destroy those norms of like, oh, people don't need guns because we have the police, and people don't need guns because XYZ, yada yada, whatever. But he's trying to just open your mind up to the idea that like the media loves mass shootings, not because like mass shootings are great and they need to happen, but like mass shootings are glamorized throughout our mass media because they like ignite this fire. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They ignite this fire within like the media populace that it is just, if you try and fight against the fact that guns should be banned out, like just straight up outlawed throughout the whole states, then you're not really thinking enough to even have an opinion about it. And not have an opinion, it's definitely not the right word in there, because everybody should have an opinion throughout all aspects of life. But the media glamorizes these horrific instances within our culture, and mass shootings are definitely a part of our culture. I mean, culture as Americans, because and you could even say culture as throughout the world. I mean, when was the last time that Canada had like a huge mass shooting, like you just remember that was like a thing?
Honestly, we don't, like, it's not. I was actually just looking through on an article, and I think the last time there was any incident that was even worth note, let me see here. August 2018, Fredericton shooting. That was only 4 deaths.
Okay.
We haven't had anything in double digits. Oh no, we have had double digits in April 23rd, 2018. That was 10 deaths.
April 2018.
Yeah, that wasn't even with a gun though. That was with a van attack.
With a what?
A van.
A van.
So,
okay.
Let's ban vans.
Exactly. See, and that's the fucking argument, man. Like that's, like it's that, and you can go into 12 dozen different, psychological complexes of, what makes people want to impose this kind of a threat onto their fellow citizen.
And well, I look at it like this. This is why you don't do stupid things, impose laws like banning vans and banning knives and just banning every weapon under the sun, is because these, well, guns not necessarily, but with the argument I'm about to make. But hang on, let me just finish my argument.
Go ahead.
So with vehicles, with knives, with anything else that you might have seen in some sort of attack, these tools or items are not designed with the intent to impose harm. And with guns as well, you can as much as I don't like them, you can use them for fun. I think it's fun to shoot up a target in a shooting range, so I'm not entirely against guns as much as whatever. That's beside the point. So like, yeah, I don't think you should just ban everything that harms somebody because it's not made with that purpose.
No,
right?
Absolutely not. Yes, you're right. Go ahead.
And so we should look instead at, as you were saying, why are these people trying to impose harm on innocent lives, and what can we do to steer them away from that?
Yes, you're on the right track. Keep going. No,
That's
seriously,
like,
because okay, this headline comes from NBC News. Like this NBC News, which, you know, within the United States, you can say, oh, well, NBC News is very one-sided, whatever, yada yada, whatever.
they're
I don't
all
give a shit.
one-sided.
I look at news. I look at news from every walk of life, whether that be right wing, left wing, fucking all of it. I don't give a shit. I want to read news. Like, I want to see what's going on in not just my community, but throughout the nation as a whole. This news article that I'm literally looking at right now, and we're green here, but this article comes from NBC News. This article was from, it's a little dated at this point, because it was from 2014, March of 2014. 33 dead, 130 injured in China knife wielding spree. And so, you know, those numbers are way larger than what we just looked at with all of these school quote unquote mass shootings that we just looked at. Those numbers are way larger.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 33 dead with a knife. Like something that you
call that a
cut
knife?
your
This
steak
is a
with.
knife. Anyway.
Yeah, fuck. Some people call it a sling blade. Some people call it a what's the fucking quote? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
Fucking Billy Bob Thornton. Some people call it a sling blade. I call it Kaiser blade. You know, yeah, like that's the shit. Like that a fucking knife.
Two people
like,
get that reference.
Yeah, 2 people will get that fucking reference. Fucking Billy Bob Thornton. He went from playing fucking Sling Blade to, you know, humping Halle Berry.
Yeah.
In a year's time. If anybody gets that reference, then you
Back to the
deserve
subject
to
at
not
hand.
be.
Right.
But it's just, like, you can't draw a line in the sand and be like, we need to ban this shit now. Because then that will solve all violence throughout anywhere. Whether that be the United States, Canada, England, Germany.
I think anybody with the slightest bit of sense of how reality works knows that you just banning something doesn't solve the problem in most cases.
Why is the Democratic Party so fucking hell-bent about it then in the United States?
Because they're the Democratic Party?
But that doesn't,
the only solution.
solve the problem. That if anything, that just fucking that tries to, like, you know, fuel their fire of, oh well, yeah, they're right. They're going on to a fucking tangent of, yeah, they're get it. No,
that's why we just go back to
so idiotic, and it gives me a fucking headache to think that, like, people think that there is an end-all be-all to any problem in the world. No. And no.
Nothing is ever easy. If it was easy, somebody would have solved it by now.
Absolutely. Not. And it brings me back to, so for anybody listening, I don't think Devin mentioned it at any point in the podcast. So
I've already forgotten what we started with.
No, it's fine. My screen name, I'm just gonna throw this out for the masses. My screen name is Gandhi, and I had that same screen name, like, for my video game stuff, like on Xbox and on, you know, PC gaming stuff, for all video game stuff, since I was in, like, 7th grade, when I was, like, 12 years old. And it was partly inspired just by my absolute, you know, infatuation with Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma's, he had, you know, however you want to reiterate his name. For anybody who doesn't know who Gandhi is, he was a civil rights activist in India who strictly spoke on a platform of nonviolence. And Gandhi marched his people through an entire movement of this nonviolence rhetoric of, we need to stop solving problems with violence, because the violence being war and, starvation and just hatred for, our fellow man. And so I have been inspired by that since I was a young kid, of why are we trying to solve issues with violence? Because obviously violence is not in any aspect of life.
No.
If
It's clearly
violence
not
worked
working.
in life, then we wouldn't still have fucking troops in Syria and Iraq and the United States.
Mhm.
If violence worked, we would have fucking solved all of our problems by 2005 while Bush was still in office. Yet we're still fighting those same wars that 9/11 brought on.
Right.
So this is all coming full circle, with our conversation. And so with that, one of my favorite quotes from Mahatma Gandhi is, "An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind." An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and what that says is, so an eye for an eye is actually a law that comes from Hammurabi, I think is Hammurabi. He was an old, I want to say Egyptian. Hammurabi.
Well, this is sort of like
yeah.
my interpretation of that. You think like, well, an eye for an eye, sort of like, well, this country does something wrong to us, well, we're going to go to war with them, and then it's just going to be an everlasting conflict, sort of like an eye for an eye. Well, now we're just both just being even more violent to each other than when we were in the first place.
Okay, so here we go. I got the actual code. Okay, so it was Hammurabi. The code of Hammurabi, Hammurabi, the code of Hammurabi. So one of the biggest codes in the code of Hammurabi, which came from the Hammurabi rule in the law of ancient Mesopotamia, which dated back to 1754 BCE. Eye for eye basically meant, like, if you did something to me, if you cut my eye out, I'm gonna cut your eye.
Right.
Like, that was like law of the land. And so when Gandhi had said that, an eye for an eye makes a, he basically is saying, if you retaliate against your enemies or your help me with the word if you retaliate against those who do you wrong with the same force in which they did you wrong,
mm-hmm.
then you are never going to exceed their level of, like, mortality, or
right.
their level of being the better person. And so that was really, like, that right there is the quote from Gandhi that just, like, it sticks out to me so much, and it's probably my all-time favorite quote from anybody to ever exist on planet Earth. Because if you want to try and retaliate against your enemies or like, humans in general, with from any aspect of life, with that same complex of just like, well, I'm gonna get back at you the same way you fucked me over, like, we're never gonna move forward as a civilization, as a globe at whole.
Right.
Because we're not doing anything to move forward. You're trying to just keep pushing ourselves down as a civilization as a whole. Because I think the biggest problem that we have, collectively, is that we want everything to be universal.
Mm-hmm.
We want everything to just be, that end all be all of, well, I'm gonna fuck you over the same way that you fucked me. and everything will be cool after we get that kind of retaliation aspect out of the way, and then we're all good. We don't fucks with it anymore.
That's just not how it works. As much as we want to think that's how it works, that's not how it works.
Absolutely, for sure. Because if I one of the big with that eye for an eye thing, Hammurabi also came off with the thing of like he would the Hammurabi king, or the code of Hammurabi based off of the Hammurabi Babylonian king, like, well, if you steal a sheep, I'm gonna cut your hand off type deal, like, because you stole a sheep type deal. Like, so with that, like, well, you stole a sheep, I'm gonna cut your hand off, and we're gonna call it fucking even. So then if you try and put exactly, so you put that into modern terms, and it's basically saying, in my interpretation of it, is that you do me wrong, I'm gonna fuck you over twice, and we're gonna see what happens with it. And so then, with that interpretation that I just sent out to the masses, after I cut your hand off because you stole my sheep, because we're still we're interpreting to this from Babylonian times. So a sheep is God sent. That's a money maker, is a sheep. You got milk, you got meat. You got all from one sheep. And so when you cut a thief's hand off, maybe back in fucking 4,000 years ago, when this was code of the law, cutting the person's hand off, that may have been repercussions enough. But now, when we try and interpret that in 2019, all I'm really gathering from that is we don't want to actually punish people in a way that is constructive, because he down one hand, but he still has one other hand to fuck you over with.
Right.
So, I mean, it's up for interpretation from all aspects of life, but it's not conducive to an overall civil society that would help human beings as a whole push forward into a centralized, like, peaceful globe.
Yep.
And that's my fucking 2 cents for the night. As it took us 3 hours to get here, but it's I think the biggest takeaway that we could ever get out of any kind of constructive argument with anybody is that everybody needs to stop being such a fucking dick to everybody.
Yeah.
We all need to live our own lives.
Amen.
And we need to worry about ourselves without being selfish. To go more. What's that?
To add on, to go further with that, when you have a conflict, instead of being a pissy pants about it and trying to get into a fight that you either may or may not win or just last for the rest of your life, fucking sit down with the person and just talk about it. Nobody these days, whether you're in the same country or in different countries, nobody just wants to talk with each other anymore. Everyone just wants to go and throw fucking rocks at their windows and fight with fists.
To go off of that from that, I want to inform everybody. I want to inform the masses. Masses being probably like the 6 people that are going to hear this, if they even stuck around for the fucking 3 hours of rambling.
If you're still here after 3 hours or 3 hours and 46 minutes,
God bless you.
Jesus.
To any God you want to listen to. I don't care what God that is, whether it be, Jesus or Allah. Like, just thank you for fucking listening. But
if
I want to remind you all,
put your name in the comments and we will shut you out in the next the next podcast.
Fuck yeah. But I want to remind you all, if you're still listening, me and Devin, I mean, we don't necessarily agree on everything. Like, that's the beauty of, like, the two of us talking. Is that
that's why we can have these in-depth conversations, because we can like come at the same issue from different angles.
And even and even like we haven't, like, obviously we haven't spout out at each other throughout this whole conversation. Or, I mean, we've been
Because
talking for
we are
several hours.
civil human
Yes, but
beings.
that's the beauty of what we are as human beings, is that we all have our own individual minds throughout, I mean, our entire lives. We have our own ability to create these intellectual, and I keep saying this word, and I don't even know if I understand this completely, but complexes of being able to construct these ideas from our own personal beings and throughout our personal experiences, to be able to say, left is right and right is left. And I don't mean left and right in a political sense, but I just mean in an ideology sense of, like, here are two individuals, both of which probably fall very much in the middle for most things.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but we allow our ideas and our concepts to relate to so many subsections that we can admit when we are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And we can admit when we think we're right until we get argued about with it.
Right.
And then we take all of that external factor of it, like, maybe this guy might have, but, like, maybe he might be onto something. Maybe
and on top of that, we're willing to take a moment to listen to what the other person has to say.
Absolutely. And I think that's the biggest fault. And if you want to just keep relating all of this back to American politics, because obviously I'm an
American, Canadian, British, it doesn't matter. It's the same everywhere. It's just
right.
You got
but
right versus left.
As far as my personal experience takes me, is that I always go back to American politics, because American politics is so faulted by this idea of, like, I'm right, you're wrong. It doesn't matter what fucking side you're on.
Mm-hmm.
And with American politics comes that, like, I mean, there's just that steadfast, like, agreement within yourself and within your quote unquote, like, identified party, because and that's like the biggest, like forth taking of me as, like, an American. If you look back at our, like, American founding father, look back at, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, John Quincy Adams, fucking Benjamin Franklin. I mean, the list goes on and on about the people that signed our Declaration of Independence from the British monarchy. And you look at those individuals, and none of them identified with a specific party. They were literally just a group of individuals who were like, wow, this is really fucked up that, we have to keep paying these exorbitant amount of taxes. We have to keep, bending the knee to some fuckhead over in England and, this newfound land. And that's what drove our founding fathers in the Americas to eventually start the Revolutionary War. Grab their fucking muskets, grab their fucking sidearms, and start shooting back, because, like, that's what war was found on, was that, you're trying to take my individuality, my citizenship, and my humanitarianism, I guess maybe is even, like, a good word for it, but I don't know. You can yell at me in the comments about that, but, like, that's, like, our entire structure as a country was founded on that idea of, like, you're not really gonna tell me who the fuck I can be while you're sitting on your fucking throne doing nothing.
Yeah.
While you're just ordering all these fucking other peasants in your eyes, which obviously, I mean, soldiers at the time, they weren't peasants. And soldiers in today's world they're not peasants by any stretch of the imagination. But when it comes to, King Edward or fucking King George, whoever the fuck was in, power back in 1776, it was King George, right? I don't know, correct me in the comments, but, like, soldiers in the king's eyes back in 1776, they were fucking peasants, dude. They were hired guns that, you know, shot at these revolutionaries in the Americas that could otherwise die, and it would be no sweat off their brow. So that's what me as an individual is trying to avoid as a whole today, is that, you know, when we look at American politics, we see a group of elites. We have 100 members in Congress and 425 members in the House of Representatives, with, you know, a cabinet of individuals who are underneath the President of the United States, and then the President at the very top. And obviously the President, you know, has to run through all these subsections of you know, United States legislation to enact anything or to make anything happen. But as far as the masses of the Americas, I mean, the people are America.
Mm-hmm.
These people that we elect or we, you know, vote into, if anything, these people that we elect into office, they are the pawns of the chessboard.
Mm-hmm.
And the people are the ones on the back.
Right. They're the representation of the people, and the people are America.
The problem is that the people of America see themselves as the pawns, and all the elites in office are the ones in the back row. And so what we really need to do is we need to flip that mindset, and we need to remind the elites that are making six-figure salary, taxpayer dollars, that the elites in office, they're the fucking pawns. They are the ones that they listen to us. We don't listen to them.
Mm-hmm.
We are the ones that elect them. We elect them expecting that they represent us as a whole. But all of that has been flipped in the last several decades.
Right.
That, I think, is like the crisis of American politics, right?
I think this was a very good discussion on how to fix America, and that's going to be the title of this episode.
I really hope that kind of wraps us all up, is that American politics is fucked right now, and the biggest problem is that we as American citizens have faulted on the idea that we elect people to represent us, when we need to remind those people who we have elected to represent us that they need to actually represent us, but they have failed drastically at doing it.
Exactly.
And I think, just last little sidebar here, I think the the biggest fault that we have in American politics is that American citizens have become so complacent with their elected officials that 90% of Americans don't give a fuck who's in office, and we just keep bending the fucking knee to whoever the fuck we elected. And everybody has forgotten that the United States of America was founded on the idea that we don't want to bend the fucking knee to anybody, yet we have done nothing but bend the fucking knee since World War I.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let you wrap it up, and I'll stop fucking rambling. I'm sure
Coming
all
up
the fucking
on the
listeners are
4-hour
tired.
mark, and we've finally figured out how to fix America.
I did tell you, I wanna end all this real quick before you sign off. So a few weeks ago when Dev and I were talking, I've been hammering about how he needed to get me on this podcast because I just, I wanted to talk to him for hours. I love talking
for 4 hours straight.
I love talking with Devin. I absolutely love it. We can go on tangents, around the world, and I want to add to that. I told Devin, I said, you and I, me and you, Devin, we can go onto these, exorbitant conversations that may or less have no end, but
we could probably continue for another 4 hours, but it's getting late. So
absolutely, it's 2 a.m. for me, but I absolutely love talking to you. want to do this again, and
Absolutely.
if
Sometime in the future,
it comes
next
down
month,
to
next,
it,
I don't
like
know. It's,
fucking
I
have
definitely want
me
to have you
on next
again.
month. Like we talked about it, before we even hit that record button. Fucking what was it? January 12th, I think, was when I first like made my
Yeah.
contact with you about how
And
like
we
you need
were
to get me into
discussing it.
your
And we were
fucking podcast.
considering all
And
sorts
I
of
was
different
just,
options, like going
yeah,
on to do
I
it more
told you, I
frequently than
said
once
we
a
need to
month and stuff.
fucking, yeah, absolutely. I mean, my weekends are free as a bird, like Leonard Skinner. Shout out to all my fucking American rock fans. But
I've actually heard of that song.
I
It's
love this.
one American song I've heard of.
You've heard of that song? I hope you know.
Yes.
God damn. I don't give a shit if you're American or not.
Yeah. Well, I've actually
Dude.
I first heard of it from
And so
the
you
Secret
better
Service.
fucking end this podcast with that fucking guitar rip that happened.
That legendary guitar solo.
No, I love talking to you. I stopped drinking an hour ago. This is not the booze talking, I promise. It's refreshing to me to just have a conversation with someone. I can talk politics. We didn't get into any video games today. We didn't
I'm
get into pop
disappointed.
culture.
When we first talked in January,
I know.
we were like, we're
I
gonna
know.
talk
We
some
wanted to
video
have.
games.
I know. When we talked back last month, we wanted to talk about all sorts of stuff, and that's where I really want to see your podcast go. Is that you're very multi-topic. I mean, your name is going Topicless. I love it. I want to be a part of it. Like I said, I listened to your December podcast. You're talking about upcoming movies for the 2019 year. And I love the pop culture aspect of it too. I love the video games. I love playing video games. I play all sorts of video games. I know you do too. And we didn't get to talk about any of that today because we got on so much politics.
Yeah.
But it really is refreshing to just be able to talk to somebody for hours on end.
Next time,
shit
I'm gonna even write it down in a note. It says talk about video games, and
yes,
we'll do it.
Both of us are just too passionate about everything in the world, and I really think that you and I can,
right.
do something a little special here. But we're both just rambling.
Yeah.
Anybody that's still fucking listening, appreciate you.
No one's listening. Everyone's given up now. They've all gone to bed.
Well, I'm gonna throw it on my fucking radio when I have another long drive for work this month. So I'll listen to myself fucking ramble on about God knows what, and
Right.
and I really
4
appreciate
hours.
you fucking having me on here.
Oh yeah, my pleasure, and I'll definitely have you on again. As
you
per
better not
podcast
you better
tradition.
not have me again. You better not fucking make me a staple. You better, like I don't. This isn't your show anymore. I want to be a fucking fly on the wall. Throw me in here.
It's your show now. It's just
Not my show. I don't want the show.
all right.
However, I will make a suggestion real quick. Can I make a suggestion?
Is it that we wrap up because we're at the 4 hour mark?
You what?
I said, is your suggestion that we wrap up because we're at the 4 hour mark?
It's close. I was looking at your was on the YouTube channel earlier. I think you should make going Topicless its own entity.
Like its own YouTube channel, you think?
Yeah. Mhm. Instead of having all of your
I'd
stuff,
have considered that.
Instead of having all of your stuff kind of piled into like the same thing, I think that you should have all of your secondary YouTube stuff with your anything secondary, and then have your podcast secondary, or having like its own thing going on. But I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I want to come back, and I want to talk to you for another 4 hours.
Sweet.
While we record it. So I really appreciate it, man. Love you.
Right. Well, don't go yet.
Fucking great.
You gotta plug your shit. That's
I gotta plug my
podcast tradition. You gotta plug your stuff.
Okay, so if any of you, shit, we should have done this at the beginning when everybody. Nobody's listening now, but if anybody wants to check me out on Twitter, Twitter's my fucking main go-to. I don't just talk about politics on there. I try and crack a couple jokes every once in a while. I do a little bit of sports talk. Not a whole lot of sports. We didn't talk about sports today. Devin's not a huge sports guy. But,
I gotta get into sports just for you.
But I talk about a little bit of sports on there. Big sports guy. my Twitter is at Cam CAM _ Bams BAMS. Check me out. My name on there, like my overall name, Cameron Michael. Check me out on Twitter. Same thing on Instagram, but my Instagram is private because I probably follow one too many butt accounts. So
Get
just check me
that
out on
thick
Twitter.
booty, you know what I'm saying?
Too much booty. Check me out on Twitter. I pretty much follow back anybody that follows me. We can get into some discussion over there if Devin wants to move forward a little bit on doing this a little more regularly.
Yeah.
Once a month thing. We can kind of recap on our months and do these longer podcasts. I'm down with that too. But hit me up on Twitter and like I said, Devin, I love that you had me on for this podcast. No,
it was a fun ride, and it's definitely gonna happen.
I'll make sure all of my followers. I only have like 300 followers on Twitter right now.
That's like 200 more than me.
Yeah, well, I'll retweet this one for the. I think I've liked or retweeted all of your tweets that talk about it because I wanna see you go through the.
We're gonna grow together. We're gonna get famous. We're gonna be like the top rated podcast.
I'm not looking for fame. Start thinking for themselves. So many people fucking think too much on MSNBC and Fox News that it's a little depressing sometimes. So, like I said, man, it is fucking honor and
it was great.
Good fucking time. It's fucking 2 a.m. and I can't believe that we're still fucking talking. I told you when we talked last month. This shit was gonna happen, and you didn't believe me, but here we are.
I believe you now.
You can fucking sign off now, and I'll retweet it when you get this shit edited. So it's fucking.
If you don't know already, you can follow my Twitter. It's at CJDipper1212. I tweet about just about anything. It's about as topicless as this podcast. And you can check that out and keep up to date for when new podcasts are coming out. And you can ask us questions for myself and whoever I have as a guest. Probably Cameron again, because this was a lot of fun, man. I'm glad you joined me.
Fuck yeah, dude. I loved it, man. I really do. Guarantee you. Absolutely. It's a fucking hell of a time.
This is the part where I don't know how to close
next week. Anybody that's out there that's questioning what they should do in life, I guarantee you follow your fucking passion. And anybody that wants to tell you not to, tell them to fuck off, because you need to do you, and that's all that fucking matters in life, is being happy. So thanks for listening if you're still listening, and Devin's fucking podcast is going to be lit one day, I guarantee you. So deuces.
Beautiful. That has been Going Topless. Thank you for listening. If you've had nothing better to do and listen to this for 4 hours. Oh my god.
They got a long drive. That's all that matters.
We will see you next time on the Going Topicless podcast. Bye-bye.
Peace.